the Senate of the United States. A resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons acting individually or in combination with others in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
Mr. Fernandez had told me previously that when I handed the check to Mr. Stans, he told me in Miami that Mr. Stans would pick the phone up and after hearing and call Romney. Mr. Fernandez asked me to present this check to him. When I gave him the check, he did not pick the phone up and called Secretary Romney. And I asked him then, I said, well, what, he did accept the check. And I asked him, I said, well wait a minute, what, aren't we supposed to have a phone call here? I said, you promised me that Secretary Romney would be called on the phone. And Mr. Stans said that he would make a call, and if he couldn't do me any good, they would return my check.
You say he would make the call then or later?
No, he didn't make it then. He just said he'd make the call. He said if I said, well, what do I have any reassurance here that I'm going to get anything for my money? I mean, I didn't make the contribution because for any other reason other than
You were not seeking to make a contribution for the re-election of President Nixon?
No, sir. I wasn't really interested in making any contribution.
NPAC brings you Washington, November 7th. Tonight, unabridged videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC correspondent Peter Kay.
Good evening. Jim Lehrer is out of town on assignment. He'll be back with us tomorrow night. 6 months after hearing its first witness, the Senate Watergate Committee begins the third and final phase of its investigation into the presidential campaign of 1972, an inquiry into campaign financing. And the first day produced delayed fireworks. The first man to testify was a somewhat unlikely witness for an investigation that promises to explore the relationship between raising money for President Nixon's re-election campaign and some of the biggest corporations in America. The witness's name was William Marumoto. He is a former White House staff aide, and he played a key role in marshaling election year support among Spanish-speaking people. He was followed by John J. Priestes, a Miami builder, and it was Priestes that gave the startling testimony. What he said was there was an alleged deal between him and former Commerce Secretary Maurice Stans to exchange a campaign contribution in exchange for favors from the Federal Housing Administration. Mr. Stans, in a written memo, denies this. With me tonight is David Dorson, the Assistant Committee Counsel who is in charge of this phase of the investigation. Dave, this first day, produced a sort of a classic quid pro quo of a campaign contribution in exchange for a favor. Now, is this going to be the pattern of future testimony?
Well, I'm not sure that we intend to make any pattern. We intend to show a variety of conduct that is relevant. And I'd like to make two comments on what you said. First, I think the major thrust of the first witness, Mr. Marumoto, was that there are other ways of financing or running a campaign other than raising money and spending money. And part of the thrust was to show the committee and the public that there are Hatch Act problems and resources available to the incumbent that permitted to expend resources without having to raise a dime.
Something that isn't at all new in presidential campaigns.
It's not new, but I think it has not yet received the attention it deserves and should be a focus of any committee that hopes to make new legislation in this area. Now, with respect to Mr. Priestes, I think the testimony speaks for itself. I am not sure. In fact, I would question whether it shows any quid pro quo arrangement with Mr. Stans. That, I think, is something that I would rather not comment any further, but I think the testimony would demonstrate negotiations between Mr. Priestes and Benjamin Fernandez, the head of the Hispanic Finance Committee, and, of course, Mr. Stans, as the chairman of the Finance Committee, was brought into it. But I do want to emphasize that I think the testimony has to stand on its own 2 feet.
But the approach was made on a quid pro quo basis. Mr. Priestes, as we'll see later, did testify that he wouldn't have otherwise given money.
There's no doubt about that.
Let's look down the line a bit, Dave, to some of the other things that are coming up. Are you going to get into the milk fund?
Well, what we go into, or certainly what we put on in public hearings, is up to the United States senators. What I can say is a matter of public record, namely that 3 high officials or former high officials in 2 of the 3 cases of Associated Milk Producers Incorporated, the largest milk producing cooperative, have been voted immunity by the committee. And what this means is that they can be required to testify despite any inclination they may have to plead the Fifth Amendment.
Are there any indications you might subpoena former Treasury Secretary Connolly in this regard?
Well, there have been newspaper stories to this effect, but I'd rather not comment on our subpoenas. In fact, our rules prohibit us from doing so.
What about ITT? Are you going to get into that?
Our present inclination is not to. That is a major area which probably would require another staff the size of the one we have now, and we're just not really equipped to do it. And if we looked into it, it would require us perhaps months to produce the evidence for the public.
Fine. And finally, B.B. Rebozo and Howard Hughes.
Once again, I can't comment.
No comment, but no denial either.
Well, I really don't think it's a situation where I'm denying or affirming. I think that it would only be fair to say that I would hope that no inference would be drawn from my position that I cannot comment.
All right, Dave, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
There are other developments today, both on Capitol Hill and elsewhere in Washington, involving the President and Watergate. The Senate Rules Committee continued its hearing behind closed doors on Vice President-designate Gerald Ford, and the House Judiciary Committee announced that it would begin hearings on Ford in 1 week. Senator George McGovern, Mr. Nixon's opponent in the last election, predicted that the president either would be impeached or would resign. And Republican Senator George Aiken of Vermont said Congress should either impeach Mr. Nixon or get off his back. In federal court, Judge John Sirica turned down a bid for a new trial by the 6 Watergate conspirators. And at the White House, presidential lawyers said they would not oppose the appearance of Mr. Nixon's confidential secretary, Rosemary Woods, before Sirica to testify about those missing tapes. Finally, there are continuing revelations about a $300,000 secret fund for Florida Republican Edward Gurney, a member of the Watergate Committee. I'll be back after today's testimony to talk to Phil Gailey of the night newspaper's Washington Bureau about this story and reports of similar shakedowns, reports that Mr. Priestley's testified to today. Now to today's testimony. In the first hour, former presidential aide William Marumoto said he headed the Brown Mafia, a White House group set up to capitalize politically on administration programs to help Spanish-speaking Americans. During the second hour, Marumoto testified that funds to a minority consulting firm were cut off because the firm was not on the Nixon team. In hour number 3, Marumoto's testimony was interrupted by an argument involving Senators Weicker and Montoya and Chief Counsel Sam Dash. Montoya called Marumoto's efforts an incredible insult to Spanish-speaking people. Weicker said the committee staff is seeking to blend legitimate political activities with previous reports of illegal acts. In the fourth and final hour, John J. Priestis, a Florida builder, said he took a $25,000 campaign contribution and a scrapbook of his troubles with the FHA to Maurice Stans, CRP finance chairman and former Commerce Secretary. Stans, in a written memo, said he did not help Priestis and the money was not accepted. And now to the call to order.
Mr. William Marumoto.
You raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you very much, sir. Counsel, please proceed, sir. Mr. Marumoto, you are accompanied by counsel. Will counsel please identify himself for the record?
Yes, sir. William M. Treadwell, attorney at law, counsel for Mr. Marumoto. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Marumoto has prepared a brief opening statement which we would like to present to the committee at this time.
Would you like to read it at this time?
Yes, it is a written statement, and we have, by your rules and guidelines, presented you with written copies.
That's true. We've received those. And Mr. Marumoto, if you wish to, would you proceed to read your opening statement?
Members of the Select Committee, I would like to make a brief statement and then open myself to any questions this committee may wish to ask of me. First, I desire to state that I come here today voluntarily, and also that I am accompanied by counsel William M. Treadwell. Together we will try, within the limits of the law and the Constitution, and yet without waiving any of my own legal rights, to respond
Mr. Marumoto, I think we'd all hear you if you bring the microphone closer to your mouth, or you closer to the microphone.
Okay. And yet without waiving any of my own legal rights, to respond intelligently to all questions of this committee. I'm told by your staff that the reason for calling me here today is to provide information relating to my work in President Nixon's administration and to my involvement in the presidential election of 1972. I am most happy to provide this information. The work I did, I believe, to have been a public service for the American people and, most importantly, the Spanish-speaking Americans of our country. Furthermore, may I also state categorically and clearly, here and now, and for the public record, that at no time did I ever involve myself in illegal or unethical activities or even engage in what could be called political dirty tricks. On the contrary, at all times I tried, to the best of my ability, to perform work both in administration and the campaign of 1972, honestly, openly, with honor, and without anything to hide. Most of my 3 years on the White House staff were spent in recruiting individuals for sub-cabinet positions for the executive branch. Later, I was responsible concurrently for the coordination of Nixon administration efforts on behalf of Spanish-speaking Americans. I worked closely with the Cabinet Committee on Opportunities for the Spanish-speaking People and with other federal departments and agencies, identifying needs, creating programs, and making sure the programs were implemented. As you may know, Spanish-speaking people are the second largest minority in our nation, but have been for many years sorely neglected. President Nixon set out to do something about meeting the needs of the Spanish-speaking. He created a statutory Cabinet Committee on Opportunities for the Spanish-speaking People. He assigned top members of his administration, which included the cabinet officers and members of the White House staff, to participate in making federal government sensitive to the needs of the Spanish-speaking. Most of all, he made the Spanish-speaking people active participants in their government by appointing top-caliber Hispanos to executive-level policy-making positions in his administration. It is significant that the President appointed more than 50 Spanish-speaking people to top positions in government. According to records, this is 8 times more than the last 2 administrations combined. Furthermore, he initiated the 16-point program to bring Spanish Americans into all levels of government. As a result, more Spanish-speaking persons have been brought into the federal government than ever before. In addition, President Nixon proved that Spanish-speaking people did not have to take a back seat to any other Americans in benefiting from government programs and aids. In education, he created special programs for Spanish-speaking children. In housing, innovative programs to provide more and better homes for Spanish-speaking Americans. In health, the President approved more and more funds for improved health care programs. And in the area of economic opportunities, the administration worked to increase business and job opportunities. This is because we discovered that the Spanish-speaking Americans wanted to be a part of the economic mainstream of this country, that they wanted to be businessmen, industrialists, developers, and to share the nation's economic wealth. President Nixon also wanted them to have that legitimate opportunity. Consequently, during Mr. Nixon's administration, more Spanish-speaking have participated in business and other opportunities provided by government than any other time in the history of our country. This was due in part to the fact that a team of which I was a part helped to identify Spanish-speaking people that wanted to take advantage of these opportunities. In other words, we helped the Spanish-speaking people to know and understand the great variety of federal programs, how to qualify for them, and how to apply for them. In doing this work, we never compromised the principle of legitimacy, but we also did not compromise the right of opportunity for those who wanted to participate in government programs and contracts. We encourage this activity, and we are proud of the progress for Spanish-speaking Americans that we created. You may ask why I was chosen for this job, me, an Asian American. The simple reason is that I wanted to do it. I am a Japanese American, but I grew up with the Mexican Americans in the barrios of Southern California. I, like them, know what discrimination and lack of opportunity can mean. I was 8 years old when the United States of America placed me and my family in a concentration camp. But I also know what opportunity and justice is in America, gentlemen. I know the pride and the joy that comes when someone gives you the opportunity and the dignity that to most all other Americans has always been a birthright. Richard Nixon gave me and many other Spanish-speaking Americans that opportunity and that dignity. He did it, and he continues to do it, not just because he is seeking their votes and patronage, but because he is doing what is basically right and basically just. I am proud to have served the President in that capacity. I am proud that I had a small part in creating that opportunity for Spanish-speaking Americans. Thank you.
Mr. Marumoto, your opening statement, I think, explains a number of introductory questions that I might have asked. But at first, can you tell us when you first came to Washington?
Yes, I came in the fall of 1969, was first at HEW, was there on Secretary Finch's staff as assistant to him, and then in the fall of 1970, came over to the White House as part of a new executive recruiting effort headed up by Fred Malek.
And what were your responsibilities and duties in that position?
In the latter position?
Yes.
During the 3 years there, I was part of the team that helped recruit individuals throughout the executive branch with considerable emphasis in the minority recruiting area for blacks, Spanish-speaking, and other minorities. In addition to that, I recruited other individuals who did not fit that category for all different kinds of positions. And then in about the last 2 years, I concurrently was responsible on a day-to-day basis for programs affecting the Spanish-speaking, reporting to Charles W. Colson.
So under Mr. Malek, it would be fair to say that you were the White House liaison staff person for opportunities for Spanish-speaking Americans.
I would further define that by saying it in terms of Mr. Malek, it related only to high-level appointments.
Now, during the period of the what might be considered the campaign of 1972, was there an understanding that you had with Mr. Malek with regard to your position that you would also engage in seeking opportunities for obtaining grants for Spanish-speaking American grantees?
I think it was a much broader program than that, Mr. Dash.
Could you describe that program?
Yes, sir. Basically, it fell into 5 areas. One, in the grants and contracts area, where we were assisting eligible and qualified Spanish-speaking firms and organizations to obtain federal funds for whatever program they were involved in. This could range from manpower programs, health, education, and economic opportunities. Secondly, we're responsible for any special activities that related to the Spanish-speaking community. One example is when President Chavarria of Mexico was here, I believe last year. We had to provide some suggestions as to what states and cities and activities he might participate in conjunction with some of our Spanish-speaking community. Thirdly, we were responsible for any communications pertaining to the Spanish-speaking in terms of public relations and publicity, of coordinating our efforts with the various departments and agencies there in the White House. Fourthly, I had the responsibility of all the recruiting efforts for Spanish-speaking in terms primarily of presidential and super-grade positions, but in addition to that, we also assisted in the 16-point program. And fourthly, in conjunction with the Speaker's Bureau at the White House, which scheduled most of the cabinet, all of the cabinet officers, and also with the surrogates program at the Committee for the Re-election of the President, we had our own separate Spanish-speaking surrogates program.
Was there any introductory meeting or meetings sometime in the period of 1972 when your role with regard to opportunities for grants to Spanish-speaking American grantees was explained in terms of relationship to the Committee to Re-elect the President, the Finance Committee, or to the various department agencies that had the grant-making power?
I don't think there was any discussion in terms of the Committee for the Re-election or for the Finance Committee, which was the arm of the first committee. But there was discussion in terms of trying to get a better handle on the grant-making process in the various departments and agencies.
Well, did you work in close liaison with any parties or persons with the Finance Committee to re-elect the President?
Yes, I was well acquainted with one gentleman who headed up one part of the Finance Committee, and this was the group that dealt primarily with the Spanish-speaking community, called the National Hispanic Finance Committee, that I believe was chartered the first part of 1972 and headed up by Benjamin Fernandez from Los Angeles, California. He in turn organized a national effort in most of the states where we had a high concentration of Spanish-speaking. And I might add that this was the first time that the Spanish-speaking community had any kind of meaningful role in a national campaign.
It was his responsibility to engage in fundraising for the under the National Hispanic Finance Committee.
Could you repeat that question, please?
Was Mr. Fernandez's role a role of fundraising for the National Hispanic Finance Committee, which was part of the committee to re-elect the President?
Right. I believe their goal was about $1 million, and they raised about $400,000.
Was there any liaison or working relationship that you had with any person in the committee to re-elect the President that dealt with Spanish-speaking Americans?
Of the Finance Committee?
No, the committee to re-elect the President.
Yes, sir. Party by the name Alex Armendariz was the director of the Spanish-speaking division of the Committee for the Re-election.
And was any formal arrangement set up with these parties, either Mr. Armendariz or Mr. Fernandez, your office and other members of the committee to re-elect the President?
There was an informal arrangement, Mr. Danish. First of all, we had a team of about 5 of us who were involved in the Spanish-speaking area. Antonio Rodriguez, who was my deputy, Carlos Conde, who was on Herbert Klein's staff, who at that time was the director of communications, worked very closely with me. Thirdly, Henry Ramirez, who was chairman of the Cabinet Committee on Opportunities for the Spanish-speaking. And fourthly, Alex Armendariz. We used to meet every Monday afternoon, beginning, I believe, the early part of 1972, to strategize in terms of the Spanish-speaking vote and to keep ourselves abreast of our progress.
And was there a major part of that role and the meeting political in nature in terms of attempting to get as many of the Spanish-speaking Americans either giving financial contributions or being favorable to the re-election of the President?
Well, I think that certainly some of the agenda that we discussed at those meetings were of political nature in terms of what kind of impact we could make in the Spanish-speaking community. On the other hand, I think that the kind of commitment and dedication that the members of this team had was one of an advocacy role, where we felt that this was the first time that any administration gave this particular minority group an opportunity to get into the mainstream of the American economic, social, and political life. So I think it was a twofold situation there.
Now, you have before you, I understand, Mr. Marumoto, a file of memoranda, which I think we've gone over with you, and I'm going to refer to a number of them and ask you to respond to certain questions I have concerning them. I will say this, that consistent with your opening statement and the responses you've given to the opening questions that I've made, that a large part of the information in these memoranda indicate a definite effort on your part, as well as others in the administration, to aid and assist Spanish-speaking Americans, both for employment and other opportunities. And I want to make that clear for the record, that a large portion of these memoranda show that. And if at any time during my questioning you wish to point to any particular part of the memoranda that emphasizes that. Please feel free to do so.
Can you explain the memorandum?
Yes. The memorandum.
These are the memorandums that I used to do on a weekly basis to Chuck Colson and Fred Malek as it pertained to Spanish speaking. Right.
Yeah, not all will be that, but a number of them are the weekly memoranda, which you was a report you made to Mr. Malek and Mr. Colson on the operation of yourself and Mr. Rodriguez primarily. As a matter of fact, there is, if you turn to tab 7,
You're doing an excellent job.
it's tab 8, Mr. Marumoto. There is a in your earlier memoranda to Mr. Marumoto, to Mr. Colson. This was tab 8 is from you to Mr. Colson alone, and some of the early ones were to also Mr. Malek and Mr. Colson. You entitled this, and perhaps you can explain this. I don't know whether this was for humorous purposes, but it was titled "Weekly Report for Brown Mafia, week of March 13, 1772. Why did you entitle your memoranda, your weekly memoranda, a weekly report for the Brown Mafia?
Well, this was, I guess, the humorous part of me that cropped up in these reports. We did that only, I think, for just on a few occasions, and dropped it not only at the suggestion of Mr. Malek, but also we decided that it would not be a good use of that particular term.
As a matter of fact,
however, I would say it would be similar to Kennedy's Irish Mafia, or
you'll notice on that particular memorandum, the note by, I guess this is Mr. Malek, Fred, good report, see notes, please drop Brown Mafia title, would look bad if it ever got out. And thereafter, I think your reports refer to weekly report for Spanish speaking.
Yes, sir.
Now, would you turn to tab 1? And the heading of that tab, it's an undated memo, a copy which you did receive. And the heading is Capitalizing on the Incumbency. And I'll just read briefly portions of that memorandum. Bill Marumoto is responsible for submitting a plan to capitalize on the incumbency by May 1. It opens by saying substantial assistance to Spanish-speaking campaign can be provided through use of the control of the executive branch. Through this control, we can fill in any gaps in the president's record and generate favorable publicity for the campaign persuasion effort. In addition, a number of Spanish-speaking programs are sources of political information. And then in a number of the elements of the plan that you were supposed to develop are listed, and one is to develop specific ideas for using grants, personal appointments, and programs to fill out any gaps in the president's record, e.g. appoint a Mexican-American to a regulatory commission. And some other additional items, but number 5, to ensure that those federally subsidized programs which serve as havens for opposition political operatives are closely supervised, so they are devoting all their energies towards solving the problems of Spanish-speaking poor, particularly in September and October. Now, could you give us any more elaboration of this memorandum, capitalizing on the incumbency, how it came into being, what its meaning was, what you understood it to be?
It's a legitimate thing.
Let me try to give you an overall view of how this fit into sort of the big picture. Under Mr. Colson, he had the responsibility for all special interest groups, such as the veterans, labor, youth, Jewish vote, the ethnic Catholic, the women, the elderly, the Spanish-speaking, the black, and I think several other groups. All of us had the mandate to develop programs that would best benefit our respective constituencies, and within that umbrella, it included appointments to high-level positions, included generating grants and contracts, and included trying to publicize all of these accomplishments and achievements under the Nixon administration to our respective constituency.
Well, but the term used in the memorandum, for use of the control of the executive branch and to capitalize on the incumbency, would it be fair to say that the memorandum and the responsibility you had with regard to certainly Spanish-speaking Americans was to prepare a plan and implement a plan to use the power of the executive branch, its departments, its grant-making powers, its employment powers in this particular campaign?
Right.
Yes. Did you develop that kind of plan? Did you in fact develop and submit a plan to capitalize on the incumbency?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you turn to Exhibit 5, Mr. Marumoto. This is a White House memorandum dated March 2nd, 1972. And it deals with an editorial that apparently caused some problem with an organization called NIDA. Do you know what NIDA is?
Yes, sir.
What is NIDA, N-E-D-A?
It's the National Economic Development Association, which is a national Spanish-speaking economic development organization funded out of the Office of Minority Business Enterprise at the Department of Commerce.
Now, in the memorandum, you say that I'm attaching an editorial written by a NIDA employee opposing the appointment of Sip Guerra as Deputy Director of OMBI. What's OMBI?
OMBI is the Office of Minority Business Enterprise.
This is the latest example of the unwillingness to cooperate in a spirit of cooperation with the administration. I think before Commerce signs off on their $2 million grant, you should sit down with Frank Viega and explain the facts of life. I would appreciate being kept abreast of this highly important matter, and this was sent to Mr. James Lynn. Who is Mr. Lynn?
Mr. Lynn at that time was Undersecretary of Commerce.
And who is Frank Viega?
He was the, I believe, president of that organization, of the NIDA organization.
What facts of life should be explained to him?
Let me just explain that on this $2 million grant, it really, if I recall correctly, was a refunding of that particular program. During that past year or so, we found that in trying to unify our whole Spanish-speaking effort, that a couple of the senior people with that organization were very disruptive and uncooperative in trying to further some of our goals and objectives. And this editorial was the latest one. For some reason, this Mr. Guerra, who was recommended for the job after a national search as a number 2 man at the Office of Minority Business Enterprise, for some reason, some of the members just didn't want him to get it. They felt that he was a threat to them because he would have been the controlling agency or individual for their program.
Well, was it part of? I'm sorry, but I was going to.
Of course, the other point I would certainly make is the fact that this was the first time that a Spanish-speaking individual had an opportunity to be in either the number 1 or number 2 position there at OMBI.
Who is Mr. Alfred Villalobos?
He was at that time the executive vice president of that organization.
And did you ever ask him to stage a phony demonstration in front of the Los Angeles Times office?
Yes, sir. I don't know if I agree with the term phony, but...
what term would you use?
Demonstration.
Yes.
I was asked on that particular occasion by Mr. Colson, when the Los Angeles Times came out with an anti-administration editorial, I believe, and I can't recall the particular subject, but we had asked if Mr. Villalobos would organize a group to demonstrate in front of the Los Angeles Times.
And did you receive cooperation in that request?
I think after a couple of days he called back and said he just couldn't do it.
Now, was it part of the strategy of your program that organizations that showed themselves to be unfriendly to the administration or had individuals who were causing trouble concerning the administration would not be preferred in the grant-making power?
I don't think so, Mr. Danish. I think our main thrust was not that so much as it was to try to enhance and do everything we could to get the Spanish-speaking people in the mainstream of governmental process.
Well, I understand that was your goal, and I think that you, to a large extent, accomplished it. But among those who were competing in the Spanish-speaking American community, there was quite a bit of discretion, was there not, in various agencies as to who would get a grant?
Well, I think in some cases when an organization might be totally anti-administration, there would be a neutralizing factor there, yes.
Now, on tab 6, which is again, it's a weekly, one of your weekly reports on March 3rd. If you turn to page 2.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm sorry.
That is not a weekly report. It's a memo from Mr.
Sorry,
Malik.
tab 6, my tab 6 is, but are we looking at the same tab now? What is yours?
We have a memorandum here from Fred Malik. That's our tab 6.
Fred, in the compilation of these, perhaps there have been some mistakes. This is the one I'm referring to is a March 3, 1972 weekly report for February 28 and March 3.
24, let's go back.
Do you have that report in your folder? Well, could you take from Mr. Edmonston his report, because I just want to ask. On page 2 of that weekly report, paragraph 3 reads, Alex Armendariz, which I understand you've already identified as being the Committee of Re-election of President, liaison for Spanish-speaking Americans, and Tony Rodriguez, your assistant, met with Roy Blatcher of OEO regarding a $200,000 grant to a Spanish-speaking firm in California. This grant is to study and review Spanish-speaking grants that were made last year by OEO. Now, what was the role of Alex Armendariz from the Committee to Re-elect the President, which was the political branch of the CRP for the campaign, in meeting with Mr. Blatcher of OEO and discussing a grant of $200,000? Why was he there?
He was involved in terms of signing off on any grants that we
When you
made.
say signing off, does that mean he would have to agree? He would have to prove. And he was not actually a staff member of OEO, was he?
No, he wasn't.
In fact, he was as you pointed out, he was the Committee for Re-election of President liaison man with the Spanish-speaking American community. And therefore, a political signing off was necessary for the making of a grant to a Spanish-speaking American grantee. That's your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Page 3 of that memorandum, on paragraph 12, again, there is a statement, Armendariz and I scheduled to see Larry Silverman at Labor Jack Veneman at HEW, and Joe Blatchford at Action next week. This should wrap up the departments and agencies we want to cover today. Was this an effort at this period in March you from the White House and Mr. Armendariz from the committee to be meeting with various heads of governmental agencies that gave grants to wrap up this?
I think it was more than grants again. What we tried to do was select any department or agency that had vacancies for high-level positions or grants or contracts that would pertain to this community, and we asked that they cooperate in trying to involve our particular constituency.
Now, are you aware of a program that was called the Responsiveness Program?
Yes, sir.
Could you briefly tell the committee what your understanding of that program was?
Yes, sir. I believe it was the latter part of 1971 or the first part of 1972 when the top officials on the White House staff decided that we needed a vehicle to coordinate any requests and action through the executive branch in terms of high-level appointments, grants and contracts, publicity, public relations, and other things that would fit into this area. There were either 4 or 5 men who were part of that group, and at first reported to Fred Malek, and then I believe to Dan Kingsley.
And what specifically, who was to be responsive to what?
Within the 4 or 5 men who were on that staff, they each had responsibility for so many departments and so many agencies. Those of us in Mr. Colson's operation in the special interest groups then would funnel any of our requests through them so that there was a coordinated effort out of the White House.
And the program contemplated that the agencies would be responsive to the requests?
Yes, sir.
And this was fitted into also the campaign efforts at this time?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you turn to tab 7, and I hope we both are the same tab, it's a memorandum from Fred Malek to Bob Brown, yourself, Paul Jones, and Alex Armendariz, with copies to Ken Cole, Bill Gifford, and John Evans. You might identify Bob Brown for us.
Yes, sir. Mr. Brown was special assistant to the president and had the responsibility for the black community.
Paul Jones.
Mr. Jones was the director of the black division at the Committee for the Re-election of the President.
I think we've already identified Mr. Armendariz. Now, Ken Cole.
Mr. Cole was the number 2 man on the Domestic Council under Mr. Ehrlichman.
In the White House?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bill Gifford.
Mr. Gifford, I believe, was on the legislative or congressional relations staff at the time.
And John Evans.
Mr. Evans was a member of the Domestic Council and, among other things, had responsibility for Department of Commerce.
All right, now, it's a brief memorandum. Let me just read it. Each of you has expressed concern to me recently about the use of OMBI grants. And I think you've already identified OMBI for us. This obviously represents an excellent opportunity to make a contribution and gain headway in the black and Spanish-speaking areas. I have discussed this situation with Ken Cole, and we are in agreement on the importance of this program to our efforts. However, if we are to be at all effective in the OMBI area, we must ensure that the White House speaks with a single voice. Ken and I are agreed that single voice will be John Evans of the Domestic Council staff. I believe assigning John the complete responsibility in this area can be quite effective and helpful to our efforts. John has the same objectives that you do, and I'm sure you will find him most receptive to your inputs and needs. In this regard, I think it would be helpful if at an early stage, you each sat down with John to discuss the blacks and the Spanish-speaking problems, respectively, to ensure he is fully apprised of your needs and that a meaningful liaison is established. Now, was that the beginning of a sort of concentration of dealing with one person in this particular area?
Yes, I think up to this point it was a fragmented effort out of the White House. So we were trying to channel it into one office.
Now on tab 8, in your weekly report that I think I've referred to once before, for the period March 17, dated March 17, if you look at paragraph 1 of that report on the first page, Alex Armendariz, Tony Rodriguez, and I met with representatives of Harry Dent's, Clark McGregor's, and Bob Brown's offices, with the grant officials of OEO to discuss ways of improving coordination and more effective means of getting political impact in the grant-making process. Discussions pointed out the tremendous need for centralized computer capability for all departments and agencies whereby one could obtain data regarding grants to any congressional district or organization. Now, by the way, did you ever accomplish this computerized system?
We talked about this, I think, on several occasions, but never could put that together.
Your meeting, again, I met with representatives of Harry Dent's. Who's Harry Dent?
Mr. Dent at that time was special counsel to the president and had to respond.
Clark McGregor?
He was head of the legislative office at the White House.
And does this paragraph, is it self-explanatory, the language to improving coordination and more effective means of getting political impact in the grant-making process?
I would only amplify on that and say again that we wanted to get the Spanish-speaking more involved. So beside perhaps the political impact, there were the other considerations.
Now, if you just will turn quickly to tab 9, which is another weekly report dated March 24. On page 2, paragraph 5, and here apparently Mr. Evans is now assuming a role. The paragraph 5 briefly states, attended a meeting called by John Evans regarding minority business enterprise. Asked that Armendariz and Rodriguez also be invited. Discussed were recipients of grants for fiscal year 72, as well as those being considered for additional grants for fiscal year 1972. Now, Armendariz has pointed out, represented the political branch of the committee and the campaign, and what was the purpose of going over the recipients of the fiscal grant 72, as well as considering additional grants for fiscal year 72?
Well, there were some instances where these recipients could get refunded. So for that reason, that particular group was reviewed, and I think there's a typographical error here, and the second mention of 1972 should probably be 1973.
1973. Now, on page 3 of that same memorandum, on paragraph 15, you report that Rodriguez met with UMTA. What's UMTA?
That's the Urban Mass Transportation Administration, which is under the Department of Transportation.
Administrator Carlos Villarreal and his deputy to set aside $300,000 for one of our Spanish-speaking contractors. More details to follow. What is the meaning in the paragraph you wrote for one of our Spanish-speaking contractors?
Let me, before answering that, explain the word set aside. Under the Nixon administration, we established a minority business program out of SBA and Commerce where we can encourage more minority business, more minorities to get into business. And there's a program which calls for a set-aside where a department or agency or funding organization can put aside so many dollars for a minority contractor. In terms of I think here we really met one of our qualified and competent management consultants from the Spanish-speaking community.
Well, but the reference is, and this is obviously competition within the Spanish-speaking contractors, because what is the meaning, to your best recollection, of the term for one of our Spanish-speaking contractors? Would that mean a friendly contractor?
Well, if I recall, there are only one or two Spanish-speaking firms that do any work in the transportation area. so that I think beside this particular mention of Department of Transportation, there's one other mention, and I think the firm is named, so we covered both, and I don't think they were competing against each other.
You say there was not an effort here to prefer one over another. Look at tab 11, which is your weekly report dated April 7th to Mr. Malik and Mr. Colson. And on page 2, paragraph 10A, do you have that, Mr. Marumoto?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and in the grants area, you report, Rodriguez and I worked on the following, and the first thing you mentioned is reviewing with John Evans, Bob Brown, and Wally Henley proposals and grants at OMBI to make sure the right people are being considered and receiving grants from OMBI. Who are the right people?
Well, one, I think those who are eligible and qualified to get government grants. I think you have to remember that there were but a very few number of Spanish-speaking firms that have gotten government contracts during the past several years. One of the things that we were trying to do was get new ones involved to make themselves qualified and apply for federal funds.
Well, it would be fair to say that, including that, were also those sympathetic to the administration?
I would say
right people would include
those that were supportive.
Yes. It would include, excuse me, it would include qualified people, I think, if you told our staff, but also those who were sympathetic to the administration or supportive.
Yes, and I think here I'd like to clear the air in terms of any of the fact that we weren't just looking for Republican contractors, because in the Spanish-speaking community there are very, very few. So we're really looking for those who are supportive and qualified.
Well, an effort, as I think you've indicated earlier, was for you and those who are working on this special program to fill gaps in the federal agent government, not just President Nixon's gaps, but gaps in earlier administrations. And filling these gaps was to bring in more Spanish-speaking Americans, and I think, as you've told us earlier, that a number of the Spanish-speaking Americans were actually Democrats, not Republicans. Was it not the effort of the committee to re-elect the president to win over as many of the, and legitimately so, as many of the Democratic Spanish-speaking Americans to the cause of the re-election of the president?
That's right.
So that a number of these contractors would be Democrats. But you would at times draw a distinction between a qualified supporting Spanish-speaking American Democrat and a qualified non-supporting one.
There might have been that occasion, yes, sir.
Now, if you look at tab 19, which is your weekly report to Mr. Malik and Mr. Colson of May 26, 1972. And if you look at page 2.5b, and there in your report to Mr. Malik and Mr. Colson, you say, express concern to OEO, ready a $3 million grant to the Mexican-American Unity Council, only to find there are some legal hang-ups to try and cut them off. They promised at least to monitor the group. What was the opposition to the Mexican-American Unity Council?
I think this was a situation where they had received a grant from OEO, and before someone realized it, they had been a group that weren't necessarily supportive of the administration, and there was some inquiry of trying to unfund them. But upon checking with their general counsel, we found that it couldn't be done.
Was there any question as to their qualification?
I don't recall, sir.
So the effort to unfund them really was based on their learning that they were non-supportive?
Yes, sir.
At least they were going to be monitored by the OEO. That was at least the commitment you obtained. Now on tab 15, which is another one of your weekly reports of May 5, 1972, to Mr. Malik and Mr. Colson. If you'll turn to page 3 and look at paragraph 12. Rodriguez is in the process of developing a list of all Spanish-speaking federal employees, grades GS-14 and up, for various uses by 1701. Now, 1701, we all understand by now in this committee, was the committee to re-elect the president.
Yes,
what uses were to be made of Spanish-speaking federal employees, grades GS-14 and up, by 1701?
I seem to recall, Mr. Dash, that the purpose of this particular project, and I can't recall if it was completed because we could not get any computer printouts that I can recall. But the purpose or intended purpose was try to identify who they were in order that we can get them to assist us in identifying programs that the Spanish-speaking can get involved in addition to help us state the case in terms of the administration's achievements.
Utilize some of the government employees who were GS-14 and over as stating the best cause for the administration.
Yes, sir.
I take it you were concerned about the Hatch Act and what role that might play in their activities.
Yes, but I don't think we asked them to get involved politically, but to articulate to the best of their knowledge the achievements of this administration.
And in a real sense, that might even be a legitimate use of the incumbency, because if you had good programs and they could demonstrate them, this would also have an impact on the campaign. If you look at tab 16, page 3, paragraph 16. You report in another weekly report to Mr. Malik, Mr. Colson, Rodriguez met with Carlos Villarreal, administrator of UMTA, to talk about setting aside specific monies for some of our Republican Spanish-speaking contractors. I think you've already explained what setting aside was under the special program. But here there was a meeting with UMTA to set aside monies for some of your Republican Spanish-speaking contractors.
I think, Mr. Dash, this is one of the very few times that the word Republican has ever been written in any of these reports. I don't think that that intention was really intended.
Well, is it? I think I'm being perfectly fair, Mr. Marumoto, and I think you have made it clear in your opening statement and the question and the answers that you made that there was a very substantial effort made on your part to assist Spanish-speaking Americans and Spanish-speaking American businesses. But I think it is fair to say, for the record, is it not, that in the effort to do so, there was kept in mind the political impact that such activities would have, and as a matter of fact, there was preference, as you've already indicated on a number of occasions, for those who were supportive to the program. What I'm doing with a number of these references to your reports is to show repeatedly in your reports to Mr. Malik and Mr. Colson that you were reporting meetings with various federal agencies in which an effort was made, one, to establish the relationship and to obtain, under either a responsive program or your own program, preference for supportive, qualified Spanish-speaking Americans. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Now, there is there's a group of memoranda that I want to now just quickly refer to after having talked about these in general, that deal with particular companies. Now, who was the J. Reyes Associates?
Yes, sir.
They would be District Columbia Company, were they not?
Yes.
What company were they? What do they do?
Mr. Reyes is, the name of his firm is J. Reyes and Associates. He's been has had his own firm here in the district for, I believe, over 10 years or so. I believe he's a Democrat, but he headed up the Maryland, Virginia District Committee for the National Hispanic Finance Committee.
Now, I think on a number of your memoranda, you indicate that progress has been made to obtain grants for him or to work on grants that were pending for him.
Well, he had already received some government contracts even before this program by the administration. But then, during the course of our efforts, he again was involved. And I believe he did receive a few, yes.
By the way, we have referred from time to time, and you have said it, and I've repeated it with you, grants to qualified Spanish-speaking American businessmen. How did you determine whether a particular business was qualified or not when you looked over a grant? Who made that decision?
Well, usually the program people in the department and agency level, if they advised us that a firm was totally unqualified, we would have to explain that to, or have them explain it to these firms. But I would say, generally speaking, that most of the firms that submitted proposals were well qualified.
Well, if one was more qualified than another, but not wholly unqualified, then this question of preference would come in. Is that not true?
Excuse me.
As if one of the contenders for a grant was more qualified than the other, although not the other was not wholly unqualified. I think you mentioned that if a person was completely unqualified, the agency would report that to you, and you would not press for a grant. But if there's a question of different, if one contractor who was not supportive of the administration was more qualified than another who was supportive, the preference would be given to the one who was supportive.
Yes, but I think that was an exceptional situation.
Did you personally know that Mr. Reyes's organization was a qualified organization?
Yes, I think so. I generally did not deal directly with these contractors or management consultants, except...
Did you make any inquiries concerning that?
Yes, I think Mr. Rodriguez on my staff did some checking on him at 2 or 3 of the agencies where he'd already had government contracts.
Well, now there are a number. I'll just make quick reference to assistance to Mr. Reyes, who, as you say, was the head of the D.C., Maryland, and Virginia Hispanic Finance Committee for the elected president. On your tab 10, your March 31 report, page 3, at the bottom, paragraph 19, you report that you worked with Ramirez for a grant application at OEO for Joe Reyes of Washington, D.C. Then, if you look at tab 15, page 2, 7B, Department of Transportation, working with UMTA, raised a $70,000 grant to J.A. Reyes Associates of Washington, D.C. And then even a comment to Mr. Malik, Mr. Colson. He is the chairman of the D.C., Maryland, and Virginia section of the National Hispanic Finance Committee. And on tab 37, I'm just selecting a few. There's others, but I don't want to take the time of going through all the memoranda. On tab 37, page 2, 10A, following an inquiry from HUD, recommended they award a $50,000 film contract to Nick Reyes and Associates. Is Nick Reyes and Associates the same or different?
They are not related, sir, and they're separate companies.
That's a separate company, also of Washington, D.C.
Yes.
Now, this particular grant recommendation states that over
Associates. He's been has had his own firm here in the district for, I believe, over 10 years or so. I believe he's a Democrat, but he headed up the Maryland, Virginia District Committee for the National Hispanic Finance Committee.
Now, I think on a number of your memoranda, you indicate that progress has been made to obtain grants for him or to work on grants that were pending for him.
Well, he had already received some government contracts even before this program by the administration. But then during the course of our efforts, he again was involved. And I believe he did receive a few, yes.
By the way, we have referred from time to time, and you have said it, and I've repeated it with you, grants to qualified Spanish-speaking American businessmen. How did you determine whether a particular business was qualified or not when you looked over a grant? Who made that decision?
Well, usually the program people in the department and agency level, if they advised us that a firm was totally unqualified, we would have to explain that to, or have them explain it to these firms. But I would say, generally speaking, that most of the firms that submitted proposals were well qualified.
Well, if one was more qualified than another, but not wholly unqualified, then this question of preference would come in. Is that not true?
Excuse me.
As if one of the contenders for a grant was more qualified than the other, although not the other was not wholly unqualified. I think you mentioned that if a person was completely unqualified, the agency would report that to you, and you would not press for a grant. But if it was a question of different, if one contractor who was not supportive of the administration was more qualified than another who was supportive, the preference would be given to the one who was supportive.
Yes, but I think that was an exceptional situation.
Did you personally know that Mr. Reyes's organization was a qualified organization?
Yes, I think so. I generally did not deal directly with these contractors or management consultants, except...
Did you make any inquiries concerning that?
Yes, I think Mr. Rodriguez on my staff did some checking on him at 2 or 3 of the agencies where he already had government contracts.
Well, now there are a number, I'll just make quick reference to assistance to Mr. Reyes, who, as you say, was the head of the D.C., Maryland, and Virginia Hispanic Finance Committee for the re-elected president. On your tab 10, your March 31 report, page 3, at the bottom, paragraph 19, you report that you worked with Ramirez, a grant application at OEO for Joe Reyes of Washington, D.C. Then, if you look at tab 15, page 2, 7B, Department of Transportation, working with UMTA, Ray, a $70,000 grant to J.A. Reyes Associates of Washington, D.C. And then even a comment to Mr. Malik, Mr. Colson. He is the chairman of the D.C., Maryland, and Virginia section of the National Hispanic Finance Committee. And on tab 37, I'm just selecting a few. There's others, but I don't want to take the time of going through all of the memoranda. On tab 37, page 210A, following an inquiry from HUD, recommended they award a $50,000 film contract to Nick Reyes and Associates. Is Nick Reyes and Associates the same or different?
They are not related, sir, and they're separate companies.
That's a separate company, also Washington, D.C.
Yes.
Now, this particular grant recommendation states that over 2 other Spanish-speaking firms, and then your comment is he has been most helpful to Carlos. Who's Carlos?
That's Mr. Conde.
Mr. Conde is whom? Who's he?
He was the fellow in charge of our communications apparatus for the Spanish-speaking area.
Now, is it because he was most helpful to Carlos that he was preferred the $50,000 grant over two other Spanish-speaking firms?
Well, Mr. Reyes has his own Spanish-speaking TV show here in the district, or had at that time. His firm was in the communications business. He devoted a lot of his free time to Mr. Conde in terms of assisting him in setting up a viable communications organization. I don't recall who the other two firms were.
Now, there was also a number of these memoranda referred to efforts on your part on behalf of an organization called, well, I would pronounce it SER, but is that initials for a particular organization, SER?
Yes, I don't recall the full name of SER, but they're a national Spanish-speaking manpower organization.
I think we may have it here. We've heard Service Employment Redevelopment. Does that sound familiar to you? And that seems to be, if you look at tab 38, page 2, 9A, under, again, heading grants, and this is another weekly report. Do you have that?
What tab was that?
Tab 38.
38. Oh, that's 39.
Now, that's your weekly report of July 28, 72 to Mr. Malik and Mr. Colson. And under your heading grants on page 2, 9A, Ray Hanslick, Rob Davison, Rodriguez, and I have all been involved in increasing a grant for SER out of labor. It will average out to about $18 million for fiscal year 73. Was there any problem with regard to the ultimate obtaining of that very large grant of $18 million?
If I recall, SER had received a considerable smaller grant from the Department of Labor for their manpower programs, and they just needed assistance in terms of increasing that to make it a more viable organization. The people involved here, Mr. Hanslick was at that time executive assistant to Mr. Finch, who had the policy-making responsibility for the Spanish-speaking. Rob Davison, who was part of our responsiveness unit and had the Department of Labor as his liaison responsibility, and Mr. Rodriguez, you know. But here's another case.
That's quite a large grant, isn't it? $18 million. So was it,
well,
compared to its program, was it not that large?
Excuse me?
Was that, as I say, that's quite a large grant, $18 million over the fiscal year 73.
Well, I think in relationship to the population of Spanish-speaking, it's very small. And if I were to do it over again, I think I would have tried to push for even more monies there. This was one of the very first times that the Spanish-speaking community ever got any monies out of Department of Labor.
On tab 43, there's another reference to SER's grant. If you look at paragraph 13A, I don't find that reference myself, Mr. Amadero. So we turn to tab 45. If you look at 11B on tab 45, again, you report that you were working with SER officials and Rob Davidson on the $18 million manpower grant from the Department of Labor. And I think the accomplishment ultimately may have been on, if you look at tab 58, paragraph 37. You report in another weekly report that Condi, working with John Leslie, Department of Labor on Media, event to announce $18 million contract to serve for job training for Spanish-speaking Americans. The event will be staged in Los Angeles. So apparently that went through. Is that true? Now, there's another organization You turn back again, Mr. Rodriguez, to tab 45, which I was looking at a little while ago. And on page 3, which is at paragraph 12, the report, again, this is one of your weekly reports, and on the grants, Rodriguez discussed with Richard, correct me if I pronounce it, Zazueta? Executive Director of SIR, about a complaint that his San Jose, California director went to the Democratic Convention as a McGovern delegate on SIR time and funds. If true, we want disciplinary action taken against him. Now, was that because this was a violation of any regulation or law?
Yes, it was. He violated, I believe, the Hatch Act as an employee of a federally funded program, and that was brought to our attention by several individuals.
And now, was this applied on this effort on your part to bring to the attention of those who could bring disciplinary action the political activities of persons working for grantees? Was that applied uniformly to those who might have been active in the campaign for the re-election of the president?
Excuse me, I didn't understand your question.
Would your recommendation have been the same with this particular director if his activity was for the re-election of the president?
Well, I think that we tried not to get those who were hatched to get involved in the political arena. Our recommendation was that they could articulate the achievements of the president in the Spanish-speaking area, but not to campaign politically.
Well, you did ask, did you not, the NIDA group for advancement for space for the campaign?
Oh, I didn't...
Did you ask NIDA, which I think you've identified to us as one of the organizations that for advancement and space for the campaign for the re-election of the president?
I did not, sir.
Were you aware that they were asked?
I don't recall that.
Now, there were other Spanish-speaking American organizations that were contractors, and one was the Development Associates, I take it the head of that was a Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, he didn't apparently fare as well. If you look at tab 37, or tab 36. By the way, was he considered a supportive person for the administration?
I think it was called to our attention from various sources that he was active with the Democratic National Committee and with Cesar Chavez, as well as having worked for...
Well, actually, that's that memorandum you're reading from on July 19th, 1972, from you to Rob Davison. By the way, we've mentioned his name, Rob Davison. Who is Rob Davison?
He was part of the responsiveness group.
Part of the responsiveness program.
And he had the Small Business Administration as one of his liaisons.
And here now, Development Associates, headed by Levio Sanchez, is a Washington-based consulting firm that has been funded for $1 to $2 million by our administration. Sanchez, prior to formation of this firm, was regional director of OEO under Sergeant Shriver, and prior to that with the Peace Corps, working for Frank Mankiewicz, one of McGovern's campaign co-chairmen, and Jack Vaughn. Most recently, he was awarded a 5-year grant for $722,383 from HEW to evaluate an experimental school program, and he also received an 8A SBA contract for over $200,000 to evaluate bilingual educational programs in the United States. It also appears he will obtain a $30,000 grant from HUD, Region 9, relatively soon. In addition, he's presently under consideration for Department of Labor for a $70,000 grant. This is a classic example of a firm, not necessarily on our team, which is making a comfortable living off of us. These are grants that we were aware of, which indicate they may have a few others. I would recommend, if it's not too late, we stop the proposals at the Department of Labor and HUD. Now, by the way, there's that was your memorandum of July 19th, and a memorandum for Rob Davison from Alex Manderas of the CRP, who received a copy of your memorandum, says that on the next page of that memo, or this tab, we have inquired about development associates and have learned of their close ties with the Democratic National Committee and Cesar Chavez. We fully concur with Bill Marumoto's memo of July 19th. In other words, this was now a company development associate, Spanish-speaking American contractor, Levio Sanchez, who was clearly not supportive. And the recommendation you make is that they be cut off.
Yes, sir.
Now, would you have any information that they were not a qualified organization?
No, sir, they were qualified.
As a matter of fact, did you ever hear that Development Associates was one of the most competent firms in the business?
I don't know if I heard it that way, but I do.
But they were competent.
They were, yes, sir.
And the grant monies that were given to these agencies, the Department of Labor, HUD, and the others that I've referred to, all monies appropriated by Congress, so monies coming from taxpayers' funds. When you say living off of us, who is us?
I meant this administration.
The administration. But living off of us meaning taxpayers' money as well, that belong to all the people. And that because Mr. Sanchez happened to be closely aligned to the Democratic efforts, your recommendation was that he be cut off. And that clearly that had nothing to do with qualification, had nothing to do with a Spanish-speaking American contractor, but it was certainly an effort, a punitive effort, would it not be,
yes, sir,
because of his lack of support for the administration. As a matter of fact, what happened to Mr. Sanchez?
I believe he was graduated out of the 8A program.
You say, what does it mean to be graduated out of the 8A program?
The 8A program is what I referred to earlier in our questioning, which was geared for minority business firms. When you hit a certain amount of money, like a certain amount of sales volume, like 2 or 3 million, then you get graduated, where you have to compete against non-minority firms.
Right. Isn't it true, as you've explained, that under this policy of the present administration, of 8A of the Small Business Administration Act, there was an effort to utilize the 8A money for disadvantaged contractors, and sort of as a sheltered kind of a program, and that once such a contractor got on his own feet and was able to do well, then you would want to move him out so that another person who needed that kind of money would get it. Now, isn't it true that Mr. Sanchez's well-being came primarily from federal grants?
I believe so.
And if you graduate him, he doesn't get any. He has to compete now, not in this favored, disadvantaged group that under 8A and the policy, but he has to now compete with other grantees.
That's right.
As a matter of fact, if he had a 3-year grant, in which under the special sheltered arrangement, in which he'd only had 1 year of that grant operating, and he had hired people in anticipation of the next 2 years, if he was graduated out, would he not have to finish up that 1 year, and he would not get the balance of the 2 years?
That I don't know, sir.
Now, if you turn to page 53, tab 53, you'll see the graduation diploma. This was sent on September 25, 1972, to Mr. Levio V. Sanchez, President, Development Association, Inc., by the Small Business Administration. Gentlemen, a recent review of your file indicates that the level of 8A contract assistance and the dollar amount requested in your business plan has now been attained. We are pleased to include your firm as one of the 8A graduates and sincerely hope that the contracts furnished you have been instrumental in progression of your firm to viability. Your success now permits other disadvantaged firms a similar opportunity to participate in 8A program. We congratulate you for making such rapid progress in developing your company. The Small Business Administration staff is proud to have had a hand in your development. Now, obviously, once he gets this graduation letter and no longer fits within this program, he actually may not any longer be in a position to receive the grants that made him so viable. Is that true?
Yes and no. I think he had a good enough firm that he could compete both in the private and public sector.
Oh, he now can compete, yes. But there is a preferred role he was having prior to that.
Right.
Are you aware of any other graduates of Spanish-speaking American contractors?
Not offhand, sir.
Mr. Sanchez happened to have been the most successful.
At that time, yes.
And was there a political input on the decision as to who would graduate or not?
In this case, yes.
Yes. Did you know whether Mr. Sanchez was solicited by Mr. Reyes for any financial contribution?
I would think so. As an individual who was doing well here in the area, I'm sure that Mr. Reyes, as chairman of the National Hispanic Finance Committee for this particular area, would have done so.
Did you know for a fact?
But I don't know for a fact.
And did you have lunch with Mr. Sanchez 2 days before the memo?
I don't recall when I had lunch with him, but I did have lunch with him and also with someone else on the White House staff.
And do you know whether Mr. Sanchez made any contribution?
No, we didn't even talk about it, sir.
Do you know whether, did you learn from Mr. Reyes whether he made any contribution?
I don't think.
I think he didn't. With his affiliations, he probably did not.
I don't recall discussing it with Mr. Reyes.
Now, also, who is Ed Penna?
He was the director of, I believe, federal compliance is the correct title, over at the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission.
And there was some unhappiness with Mr. Penna. Do you recall what it was?
Seems to me, and there was a tab memo here.
I can help you.
48.
Tab 17.
48, too. You get 17.
Page 2, 11C. And the report, this is again one of your weekly reports of May 19th, 1972. And you report that you're working with Kingsley, Ramirez, and Rodriguez, ready the dismissal of Ed Penna, Director of Compliance of EEOC. By what is EEOC?
It's Equal Employment Opportunities Commission.
Yes. Why were you working with Mr. Kingsley, Mr. Ramirez, and Rodriguez to have them dismissed?
Mr. Kingsley was the head of the patronage operation under Mr. Malik. He, Mr. Ramirez, and Mr. Rodriguez and I had gotten several telephone calls and letters saying that Mr. Pena was, who was in a civil service job, was actively campaigning in various Spanish-speaking meetings. And I referred to tab 49 as to some of the tab 47, I believe.
Tab 47 is a memorandum from David E. Florence to Alex Armendariz, actually with regard to Mr. Penna. Is that's true, is it? And that memoranda reads, the brief memoranda, at our Nixon Hospitality Room, it's August 25, 1972. at our Nixon hospitality room during the LULAC. What's LULAC?
That's the largest Mexican-American service organization called the League of United Latin American Citizens.
The LULAC Supreme Council meeting at Anaheim, California, Ed Pena spent a great deal of time attempting to undermine our efforts. Some of the typical comments were the following. I have posters of Nixon in my office showing a little pregnant girl pointing her finger to, quote, Tricky Dicky, unquote, and saying, quote, he did it, unquote. During the banquet, he addressed a group over the microphone with the following comment. Early today, I attended a hospitality room for the re-election of the president. The only president I recognize has already been elected. That president is Pete Villa. Who is Pete Villa?
I'm sorry,
who is Pete Villa?
He was the national president of that organization.
Yes, and so he says the only president he recognizes has already been elected. That president is Pete Villa. Other comments tending to undermine our efforts were also made. Later, Pete Villa commented to me that Ed Pena thought LULAC was getting too Republican and that he, Ed, wanted LULAC to invite Shriver to the October Supreme Council meeting in Washington. It is my belief that one of the reasons Pete Villa and Roberta Ornelas follow Ed Pena around and speak up for him is so that they will be in thick with the McGovern administration if McGovern is elected. It is my belief that it would be wise to terminate Ed Pena from his position as a GS-18 and EEOC. His complaint apparently in the memorandum was that LULAC was becoming too Republican, and apparently in the memorandum his recommendation was that somebody would invite over Sergeant Shriver or somebody from the Democrats to talk. Did you consider the substance of this memorandum political activity on the part of Mr. Pena?
Well, I think there was a lot more that isn't written down here in terms of his political activities, but generally speaking, yes. And I would also say that he struck a number of people as, in referring to his posters of Nixon in his office showing a little pregnant girl, was obscene and disrespectful of the office of the presidency.
And that was that kind of consideration that led to their recommendation. By the way, was he fired?
There was considerable discussion with Chairman Bill Brown at EEOC, who was the head of that agency, but he was not, nothing occurred to my knowledge.
Was there anything different from what Mr. Pena was doing than from what various persons were doing who were working in similar positions who may have been Republicans?
I don't think so.
So in a sense, this too was an act, although maybe proper, based on the evaluation of his activity, was taken against him because it was directed against the administration, not for the administration. Now, do you know a person named Judge Hernandez?
Yes, sir.
And who is he?
Alfred Hernandez used to be a judge. I'm not sure if it was what kind of court. He's from Houston, Texas, was a 3-time national president LULAC, very active Democrat. There was some discussions between the judge and some members of our staff as to his support of the president during the election.
As a matter of fact, on tab 24, in your weekly report to Mr. Malik and Mr. Colson of June 9, on page 2, paragraph 7, you say that Alex Almendarez, Carlos Conde, Rodriguez, and I met with Judge Alfred Hernandez of Houston, Texas, raised interest in supporting the president. He's a lifelong Democrat and national leader who is very well known in the Mexican-American community. Now, if you'll turn to tab 44.
As Mr. Marumoto looks through his memo file, we're going to take a short break. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of the hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPAC correspondent Peter Kay.
As we go back to the hearings, Chief Counsel Sam Dash is questioning William Marumoto about attempting to obtain support for Mr. Nixon among the Spanish-speaking community in Texas.
There's a series of memos and letters. The first one is a memorandum of August 18, 1972, a memorandum from you to John Clark. Have we identified John Clark?
No.
Who's John Clark?
He was part of our executive recruiting team there at the White House.
Subject of the memorandum is Judge Alfred Hernandez. If any vacancies come up for the federal bench in Texas, 1701 in our operation would like to see Judge Hernandez appointed. He is a Democrat who is presently heading the Spanish-speaking Democrats for the president and is a three-time past national president of LULAC, the largest Chicano service organization in the country. It would be a real coup if we could appoint him. By that time, on August 18th, he had accepted this position as head of the Spanish-speaking American Democrats for the president. Now, there's a letter that you wrote on June 12, 1972, after having had a meeting, apparently, with Judge Hernandez. I think he was a judge. Was he a judge at one time?
Yes.
Just once a judge.
But he was practicing.
Yeah.
He was in private practice.
But still
at this
referred to as Judge Hernandez. And your letter is dated June 12th, and you say to him, "It was good to have seen you again, and particularly to hear of your interest in supporting the re-election of the President. I want to emphasize that if you implement your plans, as we discussed, the President will adequately recognize you. Look forward to seeing you at the LULAC National Convention. All good things to you. William Marumoto, Staff Assistant to the President." And apparently on June 8th, which is just prior to that, which probably led up to that meeting, is a memorandum which is to a blank person. I might explain why was it for anybody. From Alex Amarandez, I guess whoever would go see him, is that it?
Yes.
In other words, whoever would see Judge Hernandez would receive this memorandum, and you could write in the name. It turned out to be you. And that says, with reference to your appointment tomorrow, Alfred Hernandez is past three-term national chairman of the League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC, and is presently serving on the Democratic National Advisory Committee for Hernandez Committee. Mr. Hernandez has campaigned vigorously for Democrats, Humphrey in 68, past elections. He is a well-known Democrat. Impressed with the President's record in assisting Spanish-speaking and disenchanted with lack of recognition from Democrats, Mr. Hernandez is considering taking action in public support of the President. Preliminary discussions involving the possibility of Mr. Hernandez coming to Washington along with other leading Spanish-speaking Democrats for a press conference to be held 1 week after National Democratic Convention and articulating their support for the President. Mr. Hernandez has hopes that this move will bring him better recognition than he has received from Democrats. His final decision will be made within a few days after the National LULAC Convention, July 30th, July 1st, unless you can get him committed now. But apparently he was committed later. By the way, did he, to your knowledge, did he ever receive any appointment?
He was offered a commissionership on the Consumer Safety Products Commission earlier this year, but turned it down because he decided he didn't want to come to Washington.
Now, in a number of these memoranda, Mr. Marumoto, I've been referring to various grants that you had, or this responsiveness program had something to do with with Spanish-speaking American grantees. And in order to sort of quantify that to some extent, we prepared, and I think we've shown you, a list, and I don't know whether you've had an opportunity to examine it, but we have taken this from the various grants that have been referred to, and it's a 3-page list which totals, well, the 45 firms, 9 departments and agencies involved, and a total of about $60 million, $89,000 in grants. So approximately $61 million dollars in grants were achieved, which by your efforts and the efforts of all of those who were attempting to fill the gap, as you explained in the earlier memos.
Mr. Dash, I'd like to clarify that. These grants were not achieved. These were grants and contracts that we were trying to get for our Spanish-speaking contractors and organizations, but many of them did not get it.
Oh, many of them didn't get through.
Right.
Or maybe pending.
For one reason or another.
Yes.
Could be pending.
Well, the effort, at least, then the effort of your testimony is the effort amounted to about $61 million in grants.
That we could identify.
Right. And again, and this is my last really question at this time, these amount of grants that you could identify and that were attempted to direct towards Spanish-speaking American businessmen, contractors, in a large part was tied up to a responsiveness program, and a responsiveness program that was an effort to reward to, as you would put it, qualified, to the extent that you knew they were qualified, supportive businessmen and contractors of the administration. That was sort of the thrust of it. It was, and I think, again, I want to, in all fairness, state that it was to aid Spanish-speaking American contractors, but in this case, aid more than others, those who were supporting the administration. Is that true?
Yes.
At this time, Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Dash, thank you very much. The witness will be examined next by Mr. Don Sanders, who's Assistant Minority Counsel for the committee.
Mr. Marumoto, to your knowledge, did any firms, any minority enterprises receive any contracts for which they were not qualified?
I'm not aware of any, but that could be a situation, sir.
Do you have knowledge of any firms not qualified being encouraged to make application for contracts or grants?
I don't recall of any.
It was, I understand then from your testimony, that it was the policy of the administration to put contracts and awards into the hands of minority enterprises in order to increase their share in the business activity in the United States. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was this not a policy based on official regulations of the Department of Labor and the Small Business Administration?
That's right.
And did this not have some statutory basis?
Sure it does.
In the Economic Opportunities Act?
That I'm not aware of.
Was it not the thrust of those official policies to actually encourage the participation of minority enterprise in America?
That's right.
Let's elaborate.
To your knowledge, did anyone working under your direction or in association with you solicit applications from firms who were not qualified?
I am not aware of that, sir.
Or do you have knowledge that once applications from any unqualified firms were made, that you or anyone associated with you pressed for awards to such firms?
I don't recall any.
I've not seen this list of awards that Mr. Dash made a reference to. This three-page document indicates that there was a total of $60 million in contracts and grants, I presume, awarded to minority enterprises.
No, these were not awarded, sir, and I think that the heading on this list is misrepresented in that they were not affected. This reads contracts and grants affected by Marumoto. That is incorrect, sir. That's contracts. If one's going to put a heading on that, should read grants and contracts proposals that we were involved in.
Well, can you tell from looking at this, is it in fact a listing of contracts and grants which were effected? Which were effected? Which were concluded?
No, because they weren't all successful.
No, they weren't all successful, sir.
They were not all successful. Some of them were.
Pardon me?
Some of them were.
Affected?
Yes, sir. I deliberately chose the use of the word effective.
I'm not going to mediate.
That was the caption.
Well, your indication here, I understand what you mean by the title, but I was seeking information in a different respect. Did you or your associates in the White House at any time make an estimate of the total amount of money which might be available for awarding of contracts and grants to minority enterprises?
I think we tried to do this, but because there wasn't any way of calculating this within the departments and agencies, I don't think that ever happened. In fact, this is the first time I've ever seen a listing of proposals from the Spanish-speaking community.
So you're not able to state even an approximate sum which might have been available?
No, sir.
Can you state the total amount which was awarded to minority enterprises in the last fiscal year?
No, sir, I couldn't do that. I'm sure that there might be an overall record, but I don't know how that would break out in terms of the Spanish-speaking firms or black firms or other minority firms.
Did you ever calculate the amount which was awarded to any firms, which was awarded to firms to which you provided some encouragement or assistance?
No, sir. I think our main objective was to help these individuals and firms to get contracts or grants and to get the greatest impact out of that. But we never, to my knowledge, calculated the amount of money that any individual organization got.
Mr. Marumoto, did you solicit at any time any votes from any persons who were associated with any minority enterprise?
Any votes?
Yes, any votes for the re-election of President Nixon?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did anyone working under your direction or associated with you solicit any votes from any persons connected with minority enterprises?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Did you
Can I just amplify on that a little bit? I think here the officials over at the Committee for the Re-election, as well as the National Hispanic Committee, Finance Committee, really took that responsibility.
I was speaking of persons within the White House.
No, I'm not aware, sir.
Did you solicit any contributions from any persons associated with minority enterprise?
In terms of the National Hispanic Finance Committee, again, the chairman and his committee would actively solicit any contributions. We never did. There was one instance, though, that I'd like to bring to your attention in terms of a Mexican-American firm in Texas. The gentleman's name is Claudio Arenas, and he's the head of... I can't recall the name of the firm, but the party's name is Claudio Arenas from, I believe, Dallas. He, during, I believe, 1972, or it could have been 71 for that matter, discussed with my deputy, Mr. Rodriguez, the fact that he did not want to make a political contribution to either the National Hispanic Finance Committee or to the Texas State Republican Committee.
I think you might find this in tab 50. You want to see if that's what you're looking for?
Did you say tab 50?
50.
50.
Is that not what you're referring to?
No. But he contacted Mr. Rodriguez and indicated that he did not wish to make a political contribution to either of those two organizations, and that he felt very, very strongly of what we were trying to do in terms of this Spanish-speaking arena throughout the federal government, and suggested that he would like to make a donation to what we were trying to do. So he gave Mr. Rodriguez, and I don't know the exact date or where it was, $2,000 in cash and various dollar amounts to be used for some of our special activities. And during this period of time, I think we sponsored about 5 or 6 receptions or dinners, mostly here in Washington, for the Spanish-speaking leaders from throughout the country. And there were costs incurred for postage, printed invitations, refreshments, hors d'oeuvres. And it was most of that money was spent for those functions. The other part of it, Mr. Rodriguez gave me $800 of that $2,000 in cash, which I had in a white envelope in my office locked in a file cabinet, to be used to buy gold medallions of the President's, I believe, 68 inaugural from the Department of Treasury. And one of the things that we tried to do while I was at the White House was accommodate as many of the Spanish-speaking people who came into Washington through various means. And one thing that we did do when they came to the office was give them some mementos, such as a color photograph of the President, a gold pen with the President's signature, these medallions, some other things. And that was done before and after the election. Now, there were other instances, and they were maybe only 2 or 3, and I don't even recall who they were, where individuals, not necessarily contractors, wrote saying they wanted to contribute through our offices for the President's campaign. We sent those letters back to those individuals suggesting how they could make a contribution. And I believe that you'll find those records in my files at the White House.
Why didn't you send those directly over to the Finance Committee?
We sent the check. You mean these checks?
Yes.
I'm referring to? I guess it was a matter of mechanics, but I suggested that they send it directly. And I think in most cases that I can recall was, for one reason or another, they were having some personality problems with those at the National Hispanic Finance Committee.
Isn't the answer too that it's not your job?
Plus, it's legally not my job to accept any political contributions.
So you felt that by sending it directly to the Finance Committee, there'd be, at least, could be an appearance of some impropriety.
Pardon me?
Would you have thought that by sending it directly to the Finance Committee, there could even be the appearance of some impropriety?
Perhaps.
This $2,000, which Mr. Arenas
yes, sir.
Gave to Mr. Rodriguez, did Mr. Rodriguez solicit that from Mr. Arenas?
I don't believe so, sir. Mr. Arenas, I think, wanted to make some kind of a contribution, and this was a tangible way of doing it.
Did you suggest to Mr. Rodriguez or direct him to contact Mr. Arenas for this contribution?
No, sir. They had known each other previous to this, and I don't know. I believe that Mr. Arenas called him saying he wanted to make some kind of contribution, and they had a discussion about it. And Mr. Rodriguez asked me, told me about the situation, and I guess I made that final judgment to go the route that we did.
In fact, this money then never found its way to the Finance Committee or to the CRP for use in the campaign.
Right, and he didn't want it that way.
Did you use any of these funds for any personal gain?
No, sir.
Or to your knowledge, did Mr. Rodriguez?
No, sir. Did not. And the records, I think, will show that.
Were you counseled or directed or encouraged by any persons to whom you reported in the White House to seek political contributions from minority enterprises?
No, sir.
Would you have judged that you were, in fact, not entitled to do so or not authorized to?
Right. Sir, let me just emphasize that I didn't see my role in terms of soliciting any kind of contribution or trying to work directly with these contractors or grantees. But it was more in the thrust of getting things done for the Spanish-speaking.
Do you have knowledge as to whether any persons in the White House or in any of the departments any persons who had any responsibility whatsoever for any aspect of a decision affecting the grant of an award or contract solicited funds from any minority enterprises?
I'm not aware of any, sir. We didn't work that closely with the other special interest groups or individuals that were outside of our area.
Would it be fair to say then that part of your program, one of your responsibilities was to ensure that the administration received some recognition for awards which were made to minority enterprises?
That's right.
Is there anything illegal in this?
Not that I know of, sir. One of the things that we wanted to do was to publicize in a very proper way any appointments or grants or contracts that the Spanish-speaking community got from the federal government, and we made sure that the Spanish-speaking media throughout the country got this kind of attention.
Would you view that as being in any way unethical?
No, sir.
Based on your experience in the government, particularly in the awards area, have you had occasion to observe any practice whereby congressmen and senators make public announcements of grants and awards which are given to persons or firms within their own districts?
Right. We worked with them, too. Very
Democrats
close.
and Republicans?
Yes, sir.
And by such public announcement by a congressman or senator, thereby receiving some measure of recognition for this award in his district?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether, in reference to tab 53, do you know whether Reyes solicited Sanchez for a contribution?
I don't know that for a fact, sir.
With respect to seeking persons to fill positions within the executive branch of government, do you know of any persons receiving appointments to vacancies for which they were not qualified?
I don't recall any, sir. I think most of those that were appointed were carefully screened. We did our recruiting efforts on a national basis to find the best qualified, most competent men or women to join the administration.
But to your knowledge, were any contracts or grants awarded on the basis of your recommendation?
Well, I think it was a combined recommendation of a number of us, the people in the responsiveness group, the individuals at officials at the Committee for the Re-elect, and then our operation. And fourthly, I would say the department or agency had also a big hand in making that decision.
Did not the department or agency, in fact, have the final authority over the decision?
That's right. And that occurred on a number of occasions, as you could tell by this list that the majority committee compiled.
Chairman, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Senator Montoya.
Mr. Marumoto, who placed you in charge of this particular division under Mr. Malik?
That decision was made concurrently by Mr. Coulson and Mr. Malik.
And when was this done?
I believe sometime in '71. I don't recall the exact date, sir.
When did you really start to activate the mission?
I believe we started in late '71.
I noticed that most of your memoranda here is dated 1972, starting about March and April.
Mm-hmm. I think there were some before. I'm almost sure, Senator, there were memorandums before that time.
What were you doing in 1971?
I was working both in recruiting individuals for sub-cabinet positions throughout the executive branch and also in the Spanish-speaking area.
When did you start working on these projects to try to get grants for these minority organizations?
I believe it was about the latter part of 71, sir.
Mm-hmm. And how many grants would you say you got through your organization at the White House for these minority groups?
We never kept a list of that, Senator, so I couldn't tell you how many or what the amounts were and who they went to.
Didn't you get any reports?
No, sir. They were in the memorandums. We never made any separate reports.
I noticed in your opening statement that on page 2, you make a statement, President Nixon set out to do something about meeting the needs of the Spanish-speaking. He created a statutory cabinet committee on opportunities for Spanish-speaking people. Did the President do this?
Yes, he did, sir.
How did he do this?
He did that by legislation and signed that law on December 30th of 1969.
Did he recommend it initially?
No. Pardon me?
Did he recommend it initially?
I believe there was another organization under President Johnson called the Interagency.
It was an ad hoc committee under President Johnson that started this, wasn't it?
Right.
And then I introduced the bill in the Senate on my own initiative without recommendation from the President. And that's how this was created.
I was not aware of that.
Yes. I just wanted to clear the record here. Now, can you tell us what the cabinet-level committee has done for the Spanish-speaking people? I noticed that all your memorandums are concentrated on getting grants from other departments, and no credit is given to the cabinet-level committee. Now, did they do anything for the Spanish-speaking people?
I think so, Senator.
Like what?
Well, for instance, they were also we worked together, I might say, very closely. And in any of these things that took place, they were also very actively involved. To give you an example, whenever we wanted to find qualified individuals for any positions, the members of that committee, both staff and their advisory council, were notified of these opportunities.
Can you give them any statistics?
Yeah. And they were a number of other things that they got involved in.
I've been trying to get a report from them as to what they've done, and they haven't been able to furnish me one. I do know that Mr. Ramirez went all over the country campaigning.
Excuse me, Senator. I did not hear your question.
I do know that Mr. Ramirez went all over the country campaigning for President Nixon.
He certainly did a lot of traveling last year to articulate the achievements of the administration. Yes, sir.
Now, what did you do about Laveo Sanchez? Did you sit him down and tell him just how grateful he should be to the administration for all the grants which he had received?
No, sir.
Are you sure you didn't sit him down with the people in the Department of Labor and tell him about these things and also exhort him to show his appreciation through a little contribution?
No, sir.
Now, if he states that in subsequent testimony, would you deny this?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember a meeting that you had with him in the about the time that contributions were in season with Mr. Wimmer of the Department of Labor?
Yes, sir.
And that was 2 days before you submitted the memorandum of July the 19th, was it not?
I don't recall the exact date that I had lunch with him, sir.
And it was at that time that you two subtly suggested to him that he should make a contribution, and he refused.
No, we didn't. To the best of my recollection, Senator, there was no discussion whatsoever in terms of any political,
on these projects to try to get grants for these minority organizations?
I believe it was about the latter part of 71, sir.
And how many grants would you say you got through your organization at the White House for these minority groups?
We never kept a list of that, Senator, so I couldn't tell you how many or what the amounts were and who they went to.
Didn't you get any reports?
No, sir. They were in the memorandums. We never made any separate reports.
I noticed in your opening statement that on page 2, you make a statement, President Nixon set out to do something about meeting the needs of the Spanish-speaking. He created a statutory cabinet committee on opportunities for Spanish-speaking people. Did the President do this?
Yes, he did, sir.
How did he do this?
He did that by legislation and signed that law on December 30th of 1969.
Did he recommend it initially?
No. Pardon me?
Did he recommend it initially?
I believe there was another organization under President Johnson called the Interagency.
It was an ad hoc committee under President Johnson that started this, wasn't it?
Right.
And then I introduced the bill in the Senate on my own initiative without recommendation from the President. And that's how this was created.
I was not aware of that.
Yes. I just wanted to clear the record here. Now, can you tell us what the cabinet-level committee has done for the Spanish-speaking people? I noticed that all your memorandums are concentrated on getting grants from other departments, and no credit is given to the cabinet-level committee. Now, did they do anything for the Spanish-speaking people?
I think so, Senator.
Like what?
Well, for instance, they were also we worked together, I might say, very closely. And in any of these things that took place, they were also very actively involved. To give you an example, whenever we wanted to find qualified individuals for any positions, the members of that committee, both staff and their advisory council, were notified of these opportunities. And they were a number of other things that they got involved in.
I've been trying to get a report from them as to what they've done, and they haven't been able to furnish me one. I do know that Mr. Ramirez went all over the country campaigning.
Excuse me, Senator. I did not hear your question.
I do know that Mr. Ramirez went all over the country campaigning for President Nixon.
He certainly did a lot of traveling last year to articulate the achievements of the administration. Yes, sir.
Now, what did you do about Laveo Sanchez? Did you sit him down and tell him just how grateful he should be to the administration for all the grants which he had received?
No, sir.
Are you sure you didn't sit him down with the people in the Department of Labor and tell him about these things and also exhort him to show his appreciation through a little contribution?
No, sir.
Now, if he states that in subsequent testimony, would you deny this?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember a meeting that you had with him in the about the time that contributions were in season with Mr. Wimmer of the Department of Labor?
Yes, sir.
And that was 2 days before you submitted the memorandum of July the 19th, was it not?
I don't recall the exact date that I had lunch with him, sir.
And it was at that time that you two subtly suggested to him that he should make a contribution, and he refused.
No, we didn't. To the best of my recollection, Senator, there was no discussion whatsoever in terms of any any contribution to the campaign.
Well, what made you suggest in the memorandum that he was getting fat and he was not very considerate or appreciative?
I don't think I worded it that way.
Well, that's the import of it. Here's what you say. This is a classic example of a firm, not necessarily on our team, which is making a comfortable living off us. These are grants that we're aware of, which indicates they may have a few others. Now, what did you mean by that paragraph?
Well, that he was doing extremely well.
And what did you mean when you said that he was making a comfortable living off of us?
Again, that his volume of business was extremely well, and he had a good income.
Now, on July the 24th, there was another memorandum from Alex Armendariz. Presumably he was investigating this for you, and the memorandum indicates as follows, and I quote, "We have inquired about Development Associates and have learned of their close ties with the DNC and Cesar Chavez. We fully concur with Bill Marumoto's memo of July 19th. Now, what interconnection does the observation of Mr. Armendariz have with your memorandum of July the 19th?
That we both made the same observations of Mr. Sanchez.
In other words, you were not very well pleased with his cooperative spirit or cooperation with respect to the re-election campaign of President Nixon.
No, sir. I did not discuss any cooperativeness or any contributions with Mr. Sanchez. I think what came up was his background in terms of his activities with Democratic Party.
Now tell me about Ed Pena. Why were some people anxious to get him fired?
He was just vocally expressing anti-administration sentiments.
Did the White House have a policy of doing that to every employee in the government who was
No,
against
sir.
the president?
No, sir.
Why did you pick on Mr. Pena?
I guess he was the most visible.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Pena has been told that he's on the White House list to be fired by the new EEOC chairman?
No, sir. I believe that matter has been long dropped.
Do you know whether anybody else has?
No, sir.
Do you know whether Mr. Tom Robles has? Do you know Mr. Tom Robles?
I don't recall meeting him, sir.
He's one of the regional directors in the Albuquerque office. Do you know whether they've been told?
I don't know, sir.
Now, how many grants have you procured through your setup at the White House since November?
Of November of last year?
Last year.
I don't recall, sir.
You mean you forgot since November about cooperating with these people?
We never had a list, sir.
Did you make any effort to obtain any grants for these people?
Let me just explain that the day after the election, I went back into Fred Malek's operation in terms of executive recruiting for high-level positions. So I was out of the responsibility for Spanish-speaking. There was a gap there when my responsibilities and Mr. Finch's responsibilities then were transferred to Ann Armstrong, who is now Consular of the President. So I was really out of that responsibility.
And did you leave any memorandums with him as to the moral responsibility that you had in view of the assurances that these people were given to file applications and that their applications would be considered?
When Mrs. Armstrong came on the staff and was somewhat settled, I gave her a briefing on what we were doing in the Spanish-speaking area and gave her all of our files.
You don't know what has been done since?
No, sir.
Now, you mentioned that the National Hispanic Finance Committee had solicited some campaign funds and that you had, and that it had realized a collection of contributions in the total amount of $400,000. Now, what happened to these contributions?
Those contributions are recorded with the National Finance Committee, sir.
And were any of these contributions from the contractors which received benefits from the administration?
I'm sure that some of them are included. On the other hand, there are a number of other individuals who were able to make a contribution and did so through that committee.
Now, you mentioned in the testimony which you presented in executive session to the committee staff that The responsiveness group, that's what you called your group, wasn't it?
No, that was not our group, sir.
Which was the responsiveness group?
They were another part of the White House operation that was initially under Mr. Malik and then under, I believe, Dan Kingsley. And there were 4 or 5 individuals.
Will you mention that group? Who were they?
Stan Anderson, Frank Herringer, Rob Davison, Jerry Jones, and Dan Kingsley. Now, I also mentioned in executive session the other day that I wasn't quite sure about the overlap there, and I could have left out 1 or 2 people. We've had some changes because some of them went over to the campaign staff.
Well, did you mention the names of contractors or grantees to any particular finance group yourself?
From time to time, I had discussions with particularly Mr. Fernandez, who was the chairman of that committee, in terms of high-level appointments, in terms of some of the contractors. There was no formal arrangement there. He never asked me for a list, nor did I give him one. There were also discussions in other areas affecting Spanish-speaking.
Well, there was a desire on the part of people in the White House, including those in the responsiveness group, to try to get some contributions from these people who had received contracts or grants, wasn't there?
On the part of the White House?
On the part of the responsiveness group in the White House.
No, sir.
Well, didn't you testify in executive session to the committee staff as follows? In turn, the responsiveness group would encourage the persons applying for a grant or contract to give political contributions directly to the National Hispanic Finance Committee?
Sir, I don't recall making that statement, but I don't believe that any of the responsiveness group people knew any of these contractors directly.
Didn't you also state that in addition they were encouraged to contact friends and solicit other contributions?
I don't recall making that statement.
That's part of the witness summary that I have here before me. So what did you state to the staff in your interview?
Let's refresh our recollection with our notes, and we'll see if we can be more responsive.
Senator, we'd like to refresh our recollection of our testimony in that executive session with notes that we made, and perhaps we can be more responsive, directly responsive to those questions.
All right, you may do so.
Also, is it possible that we can have from the staff a copy of that summary? That might be helpful.
Appears on page 1, and I was quoting verbatim from the summary.
Page that I think is relevant.
Wording, I don't recall this wording in this, the last 2 sentences of the last paragraph on page 1. In turn, the responsiveness group would encourage the persons applying for a grant or contract to give political contributions directly to the National Hispanic Finance Committee. In addition, they were encouraged to contact friends and solicit other contributions. I don't recall saying that in executive session. First of all, as I indicated a little earlier, the responsiveness group staff members did not have any direct contact with the applicant.
What did you state then?
I can't get this in the proper perspective because they're talking about 2 or 3 things here.
Let me turn you over to the next page. Second paragraph of the witness summary. Marumoto stated that when a Spanish-speaking firm received the grant or contract, Mr. Ben Fernandez, chairman of the National Hispanic Finance Committee, was then notified so that this company could be solicited for political contributions. Generally, Tony Rodriguez would coordinate these activities with Mr. Fernandez.
That's too strong.
Did you make that statement to the committee?
I think that statement's a little strong, Senator, in that I did not say that we notified Mr. Fernandez.
What did you state?
As I indicated a little earlier.
We have the transcript, but it's not available at the present time.
No. It's not verbatim, and that's why I say this has thrown me, it seems to be thrown out of context in terms of these last two questions you're asking me.
Well, what is your version of it?
Well, as I indicated a little earlier, I had periodic contact with Mr. Fernandez on a number of matters pertaining to Spanish speaking, but I did not officially notify him of any contracts or grants that any firm got. We would talk very informally about it. We didn't even discuss the amounts. It was just a matter of principle that another Spanish-speaking firm got a contract or grant.
Now, on the last page of the memorandum, or the witness summary, you also stated, it is stated by the staff wrote this memorandum. According to Marumoto, his activities in the White House during 1972 were approximately 75% campaign-related. Rodriguez, according to Marumoto, spent even more time in relation to campaign activities. Exhibit 12, paragraph 23, portrays Rodriguez meeting with potential contributors from Miami. The same exhibit, paragraph 13, indicates contact between Marumoto and Ben Fernandez, Chairman, National Hispanic Finance Committee. Now, is that a correct statement or a summary?
It has the general thrust of what I stated, sir.
Well, you did discuss contributions with Mr. Fernandez and the role of the Hispanic...
I did not discuss contributions, sir.
Did you inform him of as to who had received contracts and grants?
From time to time that we had that kind of discussion, yes, sir.
Why did you furnish those names to Mr. Fernandez? What did you have in mind?
I didn't have anything in mind except to keep him abreast of some of the accomplishments that we were making under the administration.
Oh, I understand. I think that explains the whole thing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may we make a point about this witness's, the summary of the witness's statement in an executive session?
Please proceed.
This statement is much stronger than what we recollect having said, the witness having said in the executive session, and it is not consistent with notes that I made at the time of that session. I have 16 pages of notes here, and in those one or two instances of disagreement, I find nothing in my notes to support this summary statement. Furthermore, I'd like to say that we requested in writing, in a letter to Mr. Hirschman of the staff, and also orally to Mr. Dorson, that we receive a copy of this summary. And we probably could have objected or made our position clear at that time and eliminated this confusion. But I can see there's going to be some disagreement over this, and we'd just like to make our position on it.
The chair would say that it is the chair's understanding that the interview was not taken verbatim as a transcript, and that the summary...
Session. It was an informal interview, and it was the summary, by the way, is not a matter of record, is not introduced in evidence, and is used as an aid to members of the committee. I was about to say,
Mr. Dash, that if it was not taken under oath and was not a verbatim transcript in the nature of an executive session, that the memorandum really is for the use of the committee.
It's a staff.
It is a memorandum, and the chair would point out that the testimony of the witness is the evidence on which the committee will proceed, and not the unsworn summary of the staff. Now, that is in no way a criticism of the staff. There are obvious disagreements when someone tries to summarize an interview, but that is not evidence and will not be received as evidence by the committee, but rather the sworn testimony of this witness before the committee.
Chairman, if I may be permitted to say this, that the summary can be used to try to develop a recollection on the part of the witness, and that was my purpose in doing so.
The chair has not tried to exclude the questions that Senator Montoya put. He may ask any question based on the staff summary that he wishes, and the statement the chair made in no wise tries to exclude the questions that Senator Montoya put. The burden of my remarks were to the effect that the sworn testimony, as distinguished from the staff summary, are the record on which the committee will base its future findings of fact and conclusions.
And if the chairman will further permit me to say this, that in view of the motive that permeates the planning and the blueprint of this mission and the testimony of the witness, I feel very much obligated to comment on the incredible insult that the administration has perpetrated on the Spanish-speaking people of this country by this blatant attempt to buy the Spanish-speaking voters. They're not for sale in this country. And there was a concerted effort to try to convince them that there was money in the trough if they just lined up. And the Spanish-speaking people of this country are not that kind of a voter.
Well, the chair thanks the senator for the statement and suspects that there may be varying interpretations of the same facts. Senator Weicker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've only got one question for Mr. Marumoto, and then I'm going to comment on this entire line of questioning for a few minutes. Do I understand, I arrived late at the hearings this morning, Mr. Marumoto, that did you read your statement, which I have in the printed form here? Did you make that statement under oath before the committee?
Yes, sir.
And in that statement, you have there, furthermore, may I also state categorically and clearly, here and now, and for public record, that at no time did I ever involve myself in illegal or unethical activities or even engage in what could be called political dirty tricks. Did you make that statement under oath to the committee?
Absolutely, sir.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I've sat here this morning and tried to assimilate the lines of questioning and the responses to that questioning, and I've got a great deal of difficulty in understanding exactly what it is that's going on in relation to the mandate of this committee. If I didn't feel that it would endanger our achieving our goals in this committee, I'd probably keep quiet. But I think there's a great danger here where, in effect, what you're doing is you're blending legitimate actions on the part of government with the illegal and the unconstitutional and what all of us would consider the gross. I think it's important to point out that ours is a political system. Nobody's ever tried to advertise it as anything other than that. And that doesn't mean that political goals are necessarily dissimilar from national goals. The fact is that it's the way that the nation as a whole, individuals and groups within that nation achieve their aspirations is through the political process. Through either the fact that the Democratic Party or the Republican Party pays attention to what those needs happen to be. As we went through the summer months, we heard the types of actions which no political party should engage in. There's no point in reciting a long list of wrongdoing, which would fall into any one of the categories I've mentioned before. They have no place on the American scene. But rather than hide from the word politics, rather than give it a type of connotation which indicates that it is akin to illegal, I would point out that the more politics we have, the better insofar as politics standing for accountability. And if something is done right by the Republicans, that's fine. If something's done wrong by the Republicans, and some Republicans, some individuals certainly have been proven to do that during the course of these hearings, then we're to be held accountable. We're there to be held accountable. Same holds true for the Democratic Party. So I worry when I hear about the legitimate functionings of a government being thrown into the same pot with what has been brought before this committee heretofore. Now let's face up to it. And this is all deference to Senator Montoya, who certainly, I think, is one of the finest members of the United States Senate, and certainly whose state is rather his own life has been involved with furthering the lot of the Spanish American in this country. But the fact is, the plain, cold, hard political fact, the Spanish American was left out in the cold and has been for a long time insofar as the national scene is concerned. And if anything, I suppose I should be standing up and cheering because I'm the one that's been needling my party for year after year. Will you please try to get the blacks into the Republican Party? Will you try to get the urban dwellers into the Republican Party? Will you try to get labor into the Republican Party? And we did nothing. And that's the reason why we're the minority party. So here we finally try to make an effort on behalf of a segment of our American population who had been shortchanged. And I can attest to that up in, at least in my own state of Connecticut. Very much shortchanged. This isn't a question as to what we've heard prior to this hearing of trying to tear down some segment of our population. Here we were, through the political process, trying to recognize a group that had been left out. And very frankly, that type of plus effort is entirely different from the effort which categorized certain peoples as enemies and literally tried to cut them off because they disagreed or whatever have you. I object very strenuously, unless there's specific allegations of illegal activity, unconstitutional activity, gross activity. All that's being alleged here is what goes on and has gone on and legitimately gone on in this government for decades. Why in heaven's name do you think that the Democratic Party became the majority party? It's just these types of efforts that we're talking about right here being applied to other disadvantaged groups throughout the United States. That's why they're the majority party. And I see here, as has the committee, an example of holding a hand out to a particular group that I very much think still needs our very special care. And I would hope, quite frankly, that maybe we'd score some points in a political sense, just as we lose points when the other matters that have been raised before the committee come to the attention of the American people. All things being equal, I think there's no question about the fact that the administration, any administration, Democrat or Republican, has the right to take the credit for its concentration of efforts, its attitudes toward any segment of our national life, and certainly I think any administration is entitled to its own team. So that's, I think, it important to lay out so that we don't try to establish ideas. I mean, the American people look to this committee to give an accurate picture of American politics and what it consists of. And this is the legitimate type of activity that's been going on for a long time in this country and that is responsible for many who would still be standing outside the door having been brought into the system and sharing in political power, which I think is so important to each one of us. And that, I think, that point I want made, so again, the American people have an accurate picture of politics. And I also want the point made that this in no wise, in my mind only, I'm only one man of this committee, does this fall into the same category of the matters which we have heretofore heard. Because if you say it does, then it diminishes the importance in the minds of the people of this country of the illegal and unconstitutional acts that did occur. They're bad. They're wrong. And we throw business like this in, and the American people say, well, maybe all of it really wasn't so bad and it wasn't important. What I've heard up to this point, anyway, was very important. And it hopefully will register in people's minds as such. But on the other hand, to go ahead in what I consider to be a strictly political exercise and condemn these types of efforts. And I go, mind you, on the testimony of this witness, where he has sworn under oath that he did not engage in illegal or unethical activities. He understands what it is to go ahead and promise governmental positions or governmental contracts or whatever for money. That's illegal. He says, I haven't done that. And as I said, I only raise these points because I think it's necessary to put the testimony into proper context, and I'm very much worried, as I say, as to the effect as to what it'll have on what we've heard insofar as what's gone on before. And also, I think the American people should have an accurate picture of what goes on in politics. And I think the people of this country ought to understand that politics is not something dirty. It is the way each one of us achieves our aspirations. And I would hope the Republican Party would make more efforts in directions of many more people and groups throughout this country to try and get us to be the majority party. So I don't know. I just had to get that off my chest, Mr. Chairman. That's about all I guess.
Senator Weicker, just thank you very much, Senator Weicker. Before I recognize Chief Counsel for the committee, I want to announce two things. One, that the hour of 12:30 has arrived, and shortly we will recess for lunch. Second, to say, speaking as a member of the committee and not in my capacity as Vice Chairman, I want to commend Senator Weicker for a perceptive and I think very, very useful analysis of the essence of politics. I've often taken the position that there is an obligation to seek the votes and the support of every segment of society, no matter how small the prospects of success may be. That has often been the situation in politics in my state, where in the case of the black vote, some say, well, they're beyond the reach of the Republican Party. They aren't. And I received a great number of black votes. But the important thing is the prospects of success are not the guiding factor. The responsibility of a political party is to try to speak for all of the people and to exclude no one. So in that philosophical vein, I especially want to commend Senator Weicker for his contribution and to associate myself fully with his appraisal.
Just a brief comment, Chairman. I don't think it's appropriate for me at this time to interpret the evidence as I think we've said from time to time. It'll be the duty of the committee to listen to the evidence, observe it, and read the documents and evaluate them. I just want to make an observation that perhaps Senator Weicker did not have an opportunity to hear all the testimony or read the documents. The brunt of the inquiry was not whether or not the administration sought to give grants to a minority group, but whether or not certain members of that minority group were made enemies of Senator Weicker. There was an enemy group. That if you were not in favor of the administration, you were cut off. If you were getting grants, you were dismissed as a potential grantee. You were graduated out of a particular program which was meant for you as a disadvantaged person, and only if you supported the administration, either by financial contributions or assistance, were you in the program. And therefore, this was not, Senator Weicker, a program, as we brought out through the documents and the evidence, one between minorities against non-minorities, but discrimination within a minority group, within Spanish-speaking American people. And perfectly competent, I think the witnesses testified, that perfectly competent Spanish-speaking contractors were dropped from grants because they would not support the administration or give contributions. And those who were preferred were those who were supportive. And the question Whether or not that is proper politics.
Now, wait a minute, Counselor. If you're making that allegation, that's an illegal act. Is this the
his testimony? He has testified under oath that Mr. Santos,
that he has solicited contributions in exchange for grants?
No, I didn't say he solicited contributions. That Mr. Santos was recommended by him to be dropped from all grants because he was not supportive of the administration. And he on a direct question in my mind by me, he so answered. He also answered as to other memoranda that the politics, and I didn't believe, Senator Weicker, that you would say that American politics guides and controls how our individual agencies that receive appropriations from congressional committees to spend for the interest of the people, the taxpayers of all the people, that those monies are only to be given to those grantees who pledge themselves for the particular administration, and that competent persons who are from the same minority group who refuse to pledge themselves for the particular administration are dropped, and are dropped brutally. And this is the evidence.
Say that I believe it is appropriate for counsel to confer and advise with members of the committee, but I do not think it's appropriate to get into a long and extended argument about the fair intent of the testimony. The record will speak for itself. I thank the counsel, the chief counsel, for making his remarks. I think the time has come to recess, and the committee will recess until 2 o'clock.
As the senators recess for lunch, we're going to take a short break ourselves. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after station identification.
Unabridged coverage of the hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again NPAC correspondent Peter Kay.
As the hearings resumed, Senator Baker called the committee to order. He is about to turn the questioning of William Marumoto, a former White House aide, over to Senator Inouye.
Committee will come to order. The chairman is occupied with an executive session of the Government Operations Committee and will return to these hearings shortly. Senator Inouye.
Thank you very much. Mr. Marumoto, I recall that in your response to Mr. Dash's inquiry on the SER grant, I believe of about $18 or $20 million.
Yes, sir.
You responded that the Department of Labor did provide this grant.
Yes, sir.
And this, I believe, was approved on October the 11th or thereabouts of 1970.
I don't recall the date, sir.
I was made to understand that the national presidents of LULAC and the American GI Forum, the most prominent organizations of Spanish-speaking people, were invited to San Clemente for a special contract signing ceremony and reception with the Secretary of Labor. Is that correct, sir?
I believe that is, sir. I was not there, but if I recall, there was a ceremony there with just Secretary Hudson. The President was not there.
And can you tell us what has happened to this grant since Election Day?
That I don't know. As I indicated just before our break, I changed over from wearing my Spanish-speaking hat to executive recruiting responsibilities the day after election. So I really was out of the mainstream of the Spanish-speaking responsibility.
Well, I believe the SER organization received a notification in early January, I believe the first week of January, that the funds had been frozen. Were you aware that this was about to happen?
No, sir.
At the present time, I think most of the funds have been frozen, and I just wanted to know if you were aware of this possibility of the freeze.
There could be such a freeze, sir, but I do not recall. I was not involved in that aspect or really got completely out of the Spanish-speaking, that I did not keep up with the activities that were going on at that time.
Are you convinced that this granting was on good faith?
Definitely.
That the freeze was not anticipated?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Just for clarification, sir, are you presently on the White House staff?
No, I resigned the end of August and now am president of a firm that's headquartered here in Washington with offices in Los Angeles, and we're specializing in East-West trade.
The AP, at the time of your resignation, quoted you and attributed words to you which are quite different from your statement. Were you properly quoted?
I recall that particular AP release about the 1st of September, Senator, and that particular reporter quoted me out of context on a number of occasions there, although I thought we had a clear understanding. But what I said this morning is how I feel about what the President did in the Spanish-speaking area during the past 4 years.
So you're stating that the AP quotation to the effect that you're disappointed that the whole program as he wrote it to practically nothing was not a proper quotation.
That's right. I did say I was disappointed that things had slowed down temporarily because we were having to change the guards, and that Mr. Finch and I were getting out of the Spanish-speaking area, and Ann Armstrong was coming on, and there was some slack time there, so that there was a period when things were a little slow, but I did not approach that in a negative fashion.
I have a final question, sir. Section 3 and Section 4 of the Hatch Act. Section 3 makes it a misdemeanor to promise employment or other benefit in consideration for political activity or for the support of or opposition to any candidate or any political party in connection with any primary, general, or special election. Do you believe that any one of you in the special task force may have been violating this provision?
Not that I know of, Senator.
Section 4 makes it a misdemeanor to deprive another of any employment, position, work, or other federal relief benefit on account of race, creed, color, or any political activity or opposition to any candidate or any political party in any election. Do you believe that any one of the members of the special task force may have been operating in violation of this section?
I don't recall. I don't think so.
I believe that technically you would be exempted from this because your pay, I believe, came from the White House, didn't it?
That's right.
Presidential account.
That's right.
But if I recall your testimony, there were those in your task force who were from other departments.
No. Well, Mr. Ramirez was chairman of the Cabinet Committee and is exempted from the Hatch Act as a appointee of the President and confirmed by the Senate. Armendariz was on the staff at the Campaign Committee. Conde was on the White House rolls. And I take that back. Rodriguez was detailed to us from the State Department and paid by them. Excuse me, I forgot about him.
Were all of you made aware of these provisions in the Hatch Act before proceeding in your activities?
I don't recall any discussions there, except I recall the then counsel for the President sent a memorandum to Mr. Colson saying that I was exempted from the Hatch Act.
Section 5 of the Hatch Act makes it unlawful to solicit funds for political purposes from any person known to be receiving any benefit provided for or made possible by any act of Congress appropriating funds. Do you believe that any one of you in the Spanish-speaking endeavor may have been in violation of this section?
No, sir.
And it is your testimony that you did not involve yourself in fundraising activities?
I was involved in fundraising activities in terms of speaking at various dinners and banquets, but not in terms of actually soliciting funds from any individual organization.
Senator Montoya referred to a paragraph which appears in the summary, which suggested that it was some practice on the part of your office to immediately notify Mr. Fernandez of the Hispanic Finance Committee of a grant or some personnel appointment so that this committee can then solicit funds. I wasn't quite clear as to your response.
I also pointed out that I didn't think that the person who transcribed that quite captured what I was trying to articulate at the meeting yesterday. I did have discussions with Mr. Fernandez from time to time in terms of those who may have gotten contracts or those who I felt were outside of the government arena but were doing quite well and that they could participate in his program.
Were you aware that Mr. Fernandez was going to seek contributions from these people?
I would assume that he was going to, yes, sir.
And it was on this assumption that you submitted these names?
I didn't submit any names. These were just in our discussions on the telephone or whenever we might have...
It was not a standard procedure?
No, sir.
And it is your testimony that, to the best of your knowledge, at least not knowingly, did you involve yourself in any activity which would be in violation of the laws of the United States?
That's right.
Thank you very much, sir.
Senator Talmadge.
Mr. Marumoto, is that correct?
That's close enough.
Who is the present director of OMBE?
Alex Armendariz.
What was his former position?
He was director of the Spanish-speaking division at the Committee for the Re-election of the President.
So the present director of OMBE was formerly part of the influence program bringing pressures on that same office. Is that correct?
He was heading up the effort there at the campaign, yes.
What was Mr. Charles Colson's role in your operation?
He was my immediate supervisor because he was in charge of all special interest efforts during 1972.
In your opening testimony, you expressed the view that this administration set out to do something about meeting the needs of the Spanish-speaking people. That's a very commendable thing. But wouldn't it be more accurate to say from the testimony that's been elicited here today, particularly these many memorandums, that the administration was more interested in meeting the needs of the Spanish-speaking people who were in position to re-elect the president or help re-elect him?
I'm sure that's part of the consideration, Senator. On the other hand, I feel very strongly, as I'm sure those who are also involved in this effort, that this was a sincere effort on the part of the administration to do something for the Spanish-speaking that's never been done before.
But the whole operation was designed to aid those who helped in the election effort, was it not?
Excuse me?
The whole operation was designed to aid those who helped in the election effort, was it not?
No, sir.
Didn't you give favoritism to those who helped in the election?
No.
And deny favoritism to those who did not?
I'm sure there were some who got some assistance, but I don't think we can generalize here, Senator.
Didn't you solicit campaign contributions
No,
for
sir.
those that got contracts?
I did not. No, sir.
Someone else did?
Well, the National Hispanic Finance Committee may have, yes.
The whole effort was coordinated, was it not?
No. It was a very informal arrangement, sir.
I thought some of these tabs indicated some of them were solicited even before they got the contracts. Is that not accurate?
I don't recall that, sir.
There's several memorandums that I have had an opportunity to thumb through here that indicated that. Now, Exhibit 48, will you take a look at that? It shows a memorandum and an attached letter. Paragraph 3 of the letter mentions an executive pardon for Mr. Tirana. Do you know anything about this letter and the subject matter of
it? The first time I saw this, Senator, was last night when Mr. Dash's committee presented this whole briefing. But I am not familiar with what transpired last August 1972.
He was on the federal sentence at the time, was he not?
Pardon me?
He was on the federal sentence at the time, was he not?
I don't recall, sir.
You know nothing about it?
I know of him, but I don't recall having any discussion about this with anybody.
Hadn't it been prominently discussed in the news media?
Could have been.
And you're still not familiar with it?
Senator, let me explain some of my role and why I can't recollect some of these things. I used to get into the office about 6:30 every morning and probably put in 14 to 16 hours a day. Made or received probably over 100 phone calls a day. Saw a number of people either in meetings or in just informal discussions, so that I had to delegate a lot of my work out to Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Conde. It relied on others, not only in our task force, but throughout the White House and government, other government agencies and departments, so that even though a particular item might come up, they had the responsibility to get whatever had to be accomplished done. I, therefore, did not always know the details.
You were working with Mr. Elliot Armendariz, were you not?
We were working closely, yes.
And also Mr. Henry Ramirez.
Yes, sir.
Call your attention to this tab number 48. dated August 29, 1972. The letter is from Mr. Armendariz to Mr. Armendariz from Mr. Ramirez. Subject, attached letter from Mr. Targarina. Please see the attached letter with specific reference to the third paragraph. Mr. Targarina indicated that he would work for us in return for due considerations. I await your recommendations if you want me to move on this matter. Now I call your attention to the third paragraph thereof, and it's signed by Mr. Targarina. I'm not sure I have that pronunciation correct. And I quote Targarina, I'm very glad that I got to know you. I also want to make it very clear that I'm very thankful for what you have mentioned to me in your office concerning my probation, parole, and the possibility of a full executive pardon. As I said it before while I was in your office, I want to repeat in writing, most of the Spanish-speaking people in the United States would feel grateful if an executive pardon would be granted. Are you familiar with that incident?
No, sir. As I indicated
earlier. Nothing whatever about it.
No, sir.
Now, summarize your testimony. Isn't it true that the Spanish-speaking Cabinet Committee and Spanish-American appointed officials were used in conjunction with the Hispanic Finance Committee to bring in campaign funds for the election of the president?
No, sir. That is not true, sir. There was a difference in responsibilities there, and the only people that were raising funds for the president's re-election was the National Hispanic Finance Committee as it applies to the Spanish-speaking area.
Now, you've testified in the fact that Spanish-speaking persons and corporations, which did not help us, that is the administration, lost out to those who did in grants and other benefits. It seems to me from listening to your testimony that the administration was granting a lot of money in return for campaign funds to companies which didn't necessarily serve the national public interest. They weren't necessarily the best qualified possible recipients, were they?
I disagree with several of the points that you brought up, Senator.
You identified a number of documents this morning that Mr. Sam Dash interrogated you about, and the purport of those documents was without exception to help those people who were active in the campaign and to deny benefits who were inactive in the campaign. Was that not correct?
No, sir. There were a few of those firms that were active in the campaign, but there were other firms who were not necessarily active in the campaign. They were fully qualified to receive a government contract or grant to do some work for the federal government.
There's one firm and 3 different memorandums where you pursued it loyally for weeks to get $18 million for a Washington firm. Which one was that?
SER, S-E-R.
And did they contribute to the campaign fund?
Not that I know of. I don't think the people in that particular organization were affluent enough to do that. In the first place, they're a non-profit organization that addresses itself to manpower training.
Now, you've testified and stated in your opening statement that you did nothing illegal, unethical, or improper in your activities at the White House in 1972. Tab 44, if you look at it, of our documents, shows a series of letters and correspondence referring to Judge Alfred Hernandez. You wrote a letter on June the 12th, 1972, to Judge Hernandez stating, I want, and I quote, I want to emphasize that if you implement your plans as discussed, the President will adequately recognize you, unquote. A month later, you wrote a memorandum on August the 18th stating, if any vacancies come up for the federal bench in Texas, and our operation would like to see Judge Hernandez appointed. You further state in that letter it would be a real coup if we could appoint him. Judge Hernandez headed the Spanish-speaking Democrats for the presidency, did he not?
That's right, sir.
Was not Judge Hernandez offered a federal judgeship or some other high position in the administration in return for his accepting the position as chairman of the Spanish-speaking Democrats for the president?
Senator, as I recall the current discussions that we had with Judge Hernandez at the time, we explored the possibilities of the judge joining the administration because he was so well known in the Mexican-American community. At no time do I recall anyone promising or offering Judge Hernandez a position. However, sometime after the election, there was a vacancy on the Consumer Safety Products Commission where the president wanted to appoint someone with Spanish-speaking extraction, and his name came up. And I believe he was in for one or two interviews and offered the position, which he turned down.
Can you identify the documents referred to under tab 44? One is a memorandum to Mr. John Clark, dated August the 18th, 1972, from you, subject Judge Alfred Hernandez. Another letter that follows, dated June the 8th, 1972. Another letter dated June the 12th, 1972, from you to Judge Hernandez. You admit the authenticity of these copies?
Yes, sir.
Then if they haven't been inserted in the record, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that they be appropriately identified and inserted at this point.
If the documents have not previously been received, they will be received for identification and made exhibits to the record and accepted as such.
Now, were you not aware of the provisions of Title 18, Section 600 of the U.S. Code that makes it a crime to promise federal employment or other benefits under consideration for political support for a candidate or political party?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that the indication of these documents that I have just inserted in the record?
One moment, sir. I would like to reemphasize that there was no promise or no offer whatsoever to Judge Hernandez about a federal judgeship.
Well, letters speak for themselves, but I understood that you made a specific pledge that he would be appropriately recognized.
That's right.
Shortly thereafter, you recommended him for a federal judgeship.
No, we didn't recommend.
Where's the paragraph? 36. Now, you denied that any of these monies or grants were made available either to aid the campaign or to thwart the efforts who did not campaign, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Will you please look at tab number 36, entitled Administrative Confidential, dated July the 19th, 1972. Memorandum for Rob Davis from Bill Mo Marumoto, subject Development Associates. You identify that? Is that
yes,
your
sir.
memo? I read further. Development Associates, headed up by Levo Sanchez, is a Washington-based consulting firm which has been funded for from $1 to $2 million by our administration. Sanchez, prior to the formation of this firm, was regional director of OEO under Sergeant Shriver, and prior to that with the Peace Corps, working for Mr. Frank Mankiewicz, one of McGovern's campaign co-chairman, and Jack Vaughn. Most recently, he was awarded a 5-year grant for $722,383 from HEW to evaluate an experimental school program. And he also received an 8A SBA contract over $200,000 to evaluate bilingual education programs in the U.S. It also appears he will be obtaining a $30,000 grant from HUD, Region 9, relatively soon. In addition, he is presently under consideration at Department of Labor. Was not Judge Hernandez offered a federal judgeship or some other high position in the administration in return for his accepting the position as chairman of the Spanish-speaking Democrats for the president?
Senator, as I recall the current discussions that we had with Judge Hernandez at the time, we explored the possibilities of the judge joining the administration because he was so well known in the Mexican-American community. At no time do I recall anyone promising or offering Judge Hernandez a position. However, during sometime after the election, there was a vacancy on the Consumer Safety Products Commission where the president wanted to appoint someone with Spanish-speaking extraction, and his name came up. And I believe he was in for one or two interviews and offered the position, which he turned down.
Can you identify the documents referred to under tab 44? One is memorandum to Mr. John Clark, dated August the 18th, 1972, from you, subject Judge Alfred Hernandez. Another letter that follows, dated June the 8th, 1972. Another letter dated June the 12th, 1972, from you to Judge Hernandez. You admit the authenticity of these copies?
Yes, sir.
And if they haven't been inserted in the record, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that they be appropriately identified and inserted at this point.
If the documents have not previously been received, they will be received for identification and made exhibits to the record and accepted as such.
Now, were you not aware of the provisions of Title 18, Section 600 of the U.S. Code that makes it a crime to promise federal employment or other benefits under consideration for political support for a candidate or political party?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that the indication of these documents that I have just inserted in the record?
One moment, sir. I would like to reemphasize that there was no promise or no offer whatsoever to Judge Hernandez about a federal judgeship.
Well, let us speak for themselves, but I understood that you made a specific pledge that he would be appropriately recognized.
That's right.
Shortly thereafter, you recommended him for a federal judgeship.
Yeah, we didn't recommend.
Where's the paragraph 136? Now, you denied that any of these monies or grants were made available either to aid the campaign or to thwart the efforts who did not campaign, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Will you please look at tab number 36, entitled Administrative Confidential, dated July the 19th, 1972. Memorandum 4, Rob Davison, from Bill Mo Marumoto. Subject, Development Associates. You identify that? Is that
Yes,
your
sir.
memo? I read further. Development Associates, headed up by Levo Sanchez, is a Washington-based consulting firm which has been funded for from $1 to $2 million by our administration. Sanchez, prior to the formation of this firm, was regional director of OEO under Sergeant Shriver, and prior to that with the Peace Corps, working for Mr. Frank Mankiewicz, one of McGovern's campaign co-chairman, and Jack Vaughn. Most recently, he was awarded a 5-year grant for $722,383 from HEW to evaluate an experimental school program. And he also received an 8A SBA contract over $200,000 to evaluate bilingual education programs in the U.S. It also appears he will be obtaining a $30,000 grant from HUD, Region 9, relatively soon. In addition, he is presently under consideration at Department of Labor for a $70,000 grant. This is a classic example of a firm, not necessarily on our team, which is making a comfortable living off of us. These are grants that we are aware of, which indicates there may have been a few others. I would recommend, if it's not too late, we stop the proposals at DOL and HUD. You still swear that you didn't make any effort to penalize people that weren't on your political team?
This is an opinion of mine, Senator, that I passed on to a member of our responsiveness group, and they in turn contacted the Small Business Administration. Technically, he had reached his goal, dollar goal, where he could have been graduated on his own.
Now, what was the responsiveness group?
As I explained this morning, this was a group of 4 or 5 gentlemen who initially were under the leadership of Mr. Malik and later under the leadership of Dan Kingsley, who were responsible to and working with the various special interest groups under Mr. Colson's operation as well as our personnel operation to make sure that the various departments and agencies were responsive to requests that went to them from the White House on personnel matters, on publicity, public relations, and on grants and contracts.
Simplified, it was a group to make maximum political advantage of public dollars that were awarded in the form of grants and contracts, was it not?
It assisted to facilitate some of our requests.
Facilitate? What do you mean by that?
Try to get through the bureaucratic red tape.
In other words, my statement is correct. It was to maximize to the usual advantage public dollars in the political effort, was it not?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Concludes the first round of interrogation of committee members. Are there other questions by committee members? If there are none, are there further questions?
Yes, I just have a few, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Marumoto, I don't think the record is clear as to exactly what took place on the meeting you had with Mr. Sanchez prior to the writing of your memorandum of July 19, 1972, which is tab 36, to which the senator just referred to. Now, you do recall having a meeting with Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, sir.
Can you now, to the best of your recollection, tell the committee what it was that you discussed with Mr. Sanchez at that meeting?
If I recall, the other party that was involved in that meeting at the time was David Weimer, who was Undersecretary Silberman's aide at Department of Labor, had the responsibility on the other side, on the department side, on this responsiveness program. He and I had lunch in the White House staff dining room and discussed generally a number of things pertaining to Mr. Sanchez's operation.
Well, who initiated the meeting?
I believe I did, sir.
At this time, that, as this memorandum later shows, that you were concerned with Mr. Sanchez's lack of cooperation and support of the administration. Very strong memorandum. And as a matter of fact, your testimony this morning in response to my questions concerning this memorandum were quite forthright and did not refer to the question of whether you exceeded the dollar limit or not. I asked you very specifically whether or not you were making this recommendation, as you show in your memorandum, because you felt that this was a contractor who was living off of us. He wasn't supporting the administration, and you were recommending he be cut off for that reason. And your testimony, as I recall it, was that that was the reason you wrote this memorandum. And,
That's
now, just prior to you writing that memorandum, you met with him. Was there a discussion with him as to whether or not there was a possibility of his getting any additional grants at that meeting?
There could have well been, sir.
Are you aware of the fact that a labor grant was discussed with him, at which he had already received information from the Department of Labor that he'd been turned down on?
That I don't recall.
Did you, in good faith, really, when you were meeting with him, expect him to be getting any grants?
That was over a year ago, Mr. Dash, and I just really don't recall the details.
Well, was there any effort at that meeting? And I know that you were asked earlier questions whether you solicited contributions, and that's not my question to you. Was there any effort at that meeting at least to enlist his cooperation or support of the administration?
I don't think so.
It was just a by-chance meeting?
No, it was a meeting that I believe, as I indicated, I initiated, one, to become acquainted with Mr. Weimer.
And it was shortly after, just 2 days after that meeting, that you wrote this memorandum?
Right.
Is there any relationship between this memorandum, written 2 days after that meeting, and the meeting?
I'm sure there must have been.
If you're sure there must have been, can you recall what that relationship may have been, or must have been?
I guess it was our impression, but our decision that it appeared from sources outside of our meeting, that he was not going to support the administration. And so this was a recommendation that we made.
Now, are you aware of an organization called the Southwest Council of La Raza?
Yes, sir.
And did you engage in any discussions with them concerning any grants?
Yes.
Could you tell us what discussions you had with them?
Well, the Southwest Council of La Raza is a active democratic group that I believe was founded in Arizona and now has expanded into the southwestern states.
Now, were they supportive of the administration?
Well, in some discussions that some of our people had from the campaign staff as well as our staff, There was some discussion about them supporting the president. They in turn said they would, provided they can get some federal contracts.
And did you discuss any particular federal contracts with them?
I believe there was some discussion. I had only one meeting with them, if I recall, and then the others picked up on it. I think what finally happened was that the Committee for the Re-elect Spanish-Speaking Division recommended in a strategy in working with them that they be funded for $30,000 for a national conference that they wanted to hold.
What were they actually looking for about that? What kind of a grant?
I believe they were looking for either 2 or 3 grants at maybe 2 or 3 different departments and agencies.
That would amount to approximately how much?
I'm sure in the 6 figures. I don't know the exact dollar.
Somewhere about $400,000 perhaps.
It could be or more. I don't know the exact figure.
And what was being offered to them at that time, or at least suggested, was $30,000 for a conference.
Right, and with consideration for assistance in a few months.
Now, do you recall the discussion that we had, Mr. Marumoto, yesterday concerning this particular organization and your statement to us that at no time did you ever believe that they were going to get any grant, but that what you were in a sense engaging with them is what has been known as a stroking session?
We were neutralizing him, sir.
You were neutralizing
yes,
him,
sir.
and by holding him at bay, not giving him a grant, but discussing the possibility of a $30,000 conference grant, this sort of at least held them away from being an opponent, even if they weren't going to be supportive.
That's right.
Were you doing the same thing with another organization called La Raza Unida?
I was not involved in those discussions.
Are you aware, when you look at tab 51, were you aware of this memorandum that was sent to Mr. Malik from Mr. Armendariz recommending a $8,000 contribution to the Muniz campaign from the Republican Party? It was brought up on the convention floor. A promise was made to, in return, the public can condemn the government if such a donation was made.
As I indicated in yesterday's meeting, yesterday was the first time I saw this particular memorandum.
And now, if you just turn a page to September 14th, and there's discussion of Raza Unida Convention and the concerns over Raza Unida as an organization, and you see that you received a copy if you look at the second
right.
page.
Correct.
Do you recall, do you know this memorandum?
I vaguely recall it, yes.
And isn't the sense of this memorandum that an effort should be made at least to work with them as best as possible with a recognition that they may not support the administration, but if they could be worked with, they might neutralize them?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, are you aware that certain grants were made to this organization for that purpose?
Yes, I found out about it, I think just before the election, that they did receive some grants.
I think there's an earlier memorandum, Mr. Marumoto, number 3. Are you aware of this memorandum that is addressed to the Attorney General, which is a sort of an action memorandum? And what it says here if you turn to page 2, the report makes detailed recommendations for highly visual social and economic development projects and for publicizing the same. It suggests heavy exploitation of the Cabinet Committee on Opportunity for Spanish-Speaking Peoples, which is now closely allied with Colson's shop, and Bill Marumoto on political and public relations questions. It advocates consideration of undercover funding of La Raza Unida, a splinter party, in exchange for an agreement that La Raza Unida runs presidential candidates in California and Texas. Are you aware of this memorandum?
I think I received a copy of this, Mr. Dash, but it's been almost 2 years that I don't recall the details.
Do you recall discussions of urging or at least encouraging Larazio Unida to support or run presidential candidates in California and Texas?
In Texas, I don't recall California.
Now, it is true, and I think so the record is very clear, that Mr. Armendariz, who was the Committee for the Re-election of President liaison for Spanish-speaking Americans in the campaign, and therefore playing a political role, did sign off on governmental contracts to Spanish-speaking contractors. That was your testimony this morning.
Well, let me just perhaps try to explain that. He had input into it. He didn't have the authority, of course, to sign off, but he did.
Not legal authority, but
right.
You said this morning that without his signing off on it, the contract wouldn't be granted.
Well, he had a lot of say on the matter.
In other words, a department, HEW, HUD, Department of Labor, would not give the grant to any one of the grantees who were asking for it if Mr. Armendariz did not sign off on it.
Not necessarily. In fact, even if the White House signed off on it, the department or agency did not have to sign off.
I'm not saying they didn't have to, but it's your understanding that the influence he had is that they understood that they expected him to sign off on it, and generally if he didn't sign off on it, it wasn't granted.
Generally speaking, yes.
And therefore it would be fair to say that a very strong outside political influence was introduced in the grant-making process of the various agencies.
Yes.
Now, if you look at it, we've been talking about organization and whether or not there was any relationship or how loose this was. Well, you looked at tab 39. And it's first is a covering memorandum of August 3, 1972, from Alex Armendariz to Mr. Malik, with copies to Henry Ramirez, Mo Marumoto, Carlos Conde, Tony Rodriguez, Frank Herringer, Stan Anderson, SS appointees, Spanish-speaking appointees. Now, it says attached is the Spanish-speaking organizational chart and phone numbers for your convenience. Attached appears to be a chart. And the chart shows a line which, in the middle, which has the Spanish-speaking task force with your name, Marumoto, Ramirez, Conde, Rodriguez. Were these all White House staff people?
Just Conde and Rodriguez. Ramirez was over at the Cabinet Committee.
Right. And then a line going from that on an equal to Alex Armendariz, an input. And Alex Armendariz, you have already indicated, was the Committee to Re-elect the President liaison. And then a line up to Fred Malik, who I think in August at that time had gone over to the committee, had he not?
I don't recall the exact date, but
the,
he was on
the records will show that he has. Mm-hmm. And also to Jeff Magruder and to Clark McGregor, so that what this chart shows is the political arm of the campaign, the Committee to Re-elect the President, was working closely with your Spanish-speaking task force in the White House. And it wasn't just a loose relationship, there was actually a charted relationship.
Fair enough statement.
You received a copy of this?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. What I'd like to do, I think that there were one or two of these memoranda which Mr. Marumoto has indicated he'd not seen before and cannot identify and adopt as his own. I think most of the memoranda either he received a copy of or his own. And I would like to, those memoranda, which Mr. Marumoto has, and he's reviewed them all, he's had a copy of them, which either he had, or his, or received a copy of, which he has been able to identify today. I'd like to move, Mr. Chairman, to be identified as an exhibit and introduced in the record and exclude from these memoranda any memoranda which he has not been able to identify or cannot indicate that he's seen prior to our showing it to them.
The Chair understands the request to be that those memoranda which are identified by the witness as his own memoranda or of which he received copies be identified as exhibits and received in evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
the request. Is there objection to that request? Without objection, it will be so ordered. Are there further questions of the witness? Mr. Sanders.
Just one remark, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the chair would insert at a subsequent time in the record relevant extracts from regulations of the Small Business Administration and pertaining to the policy behind the award of contracts and grants and the statutory basis for those regulations.
Is there any objection to the request of Mr. Sanders, which I understand to be that relevant portions of the SBA regulations and what else?
And statutory basis for it.
And statutory references may be received as an exhibit, and very good. Then, without objection, it's so ordered. I understand, Mr. Do you have further questions? I understand, Mr. Dash, you have one.
Sorry, there was just one other item that I didn't bring up. Do you recall, Mr. Marumoto, having any discussions with persons you were working with concerning the census report for 1972?
Yes, I received a phone call from Des Barker, who was then Mr. Colson's deputy in the public relations area, and he in turn was working with some officials at the U.S. Census Bureau on some publication that was to be released, I believe, sometime in '72. He in turn asked me for my advice. I sent that on to Armendariz and Mr. Conde for their suggestions. And I think the way that turned out, there was some information that was held back from that report.
Now, if, as a matter of fact, you recommended that some information be held back, did you not?
Yes.
Could you tell us, unless you want to refer, there are, let me refer you to the memorandum on tab 31, 32, and 35. On 32, it's page 3, paragraph 20, and 35, it's page 4, paragraph 12, which together discuss the census material and the sensitive material that you thought ought to be held back. Do you want to tell the committee in your own words what the problem was and why you felt that it should be held back?
I had to try to recollect some of my ideas at that time, and if I recall, this particular portions of that particular study showed the Spanish-speaking not doing as well as some other minorities in comparison to the general public, and that
I think the memo speaks specifically to the blacks, doesn't it?
Right, and we didn't want to associate that with this administration as the incumbent government.
And therefore, the official census report that was to come out that originally may have included the relationship between how the Spanish-speaking American community was doing with relationship to another minority, such as the blacks, did not include that information at your request. Is that correct?
It was my understanding it was a legitimate deletion.
Well, at least it was an effort on your part to persuade the census people not to include it, and they did not include it yes, on your request. Just one final question. I think that some mention was made to, it's a small amount, but I think the record ought to make it clear, that to a $2,000 that you received. I think that yesterday, when we were discussing it at staff, with you that you did say that you understood that to be a financial contribution, a campaign contribution.
Well, if I said that, I'd like to clarify my wording.
Yes.
Maybe it's a matter of semantics, but I felt that it was a donation. He did not want to have that associated with the campaign.
A donation for whom?
Well, this was for some activities. If you recall, one of the 5 areas that I was responsible for were special activities as it related to the Spanish speaking. We had about 5 or 6 informal receptions or dinners for Spanish-speaking leaders who came into Washington from time to time, either honoring, in most occasions, honoring our high-level Spanish-speaking appointees, or I recall 2 gatherings during the inaugural, which were specifically just for Spanish-speaking.
And but the $2,000 was given you during the course of the campaign?
Yes, sir.
Was it given you in cash?
Yes, sir.
And
it was given to Mr. Rodriguez.
What?
It was given to Mr. Rodriguez.
Right, and as I understand your testimony, you received some of it and used it.
About $800 to be used to buy these gold medallions that we got from the Department of Treasury with the President's face on it.
And to your knowledge, was this ever reported as a campaign contribution?
No, sir.
Was this, who contributed that to you?
Claudio Arenas, A-R-E-N-A-S.
And was he? I'm sorry.
I believe of Houston or Dallas, Texas.
And was he a contractor who was receiving grant money?
Yes.
Were you authorized, by the way, to receive contributions?
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
I think just one question, if I may, just to make sure I understand what the $2,000 was about. It was a $2,000 cash contribution. Was it ever turned over to the committee to re-elect the president?
No, sir.
Was it ever turned over to any political organization?
No, sir.
Was it held in-house for use for these dinners and receptions you spoke of?
Yes, sir.
And spent for those purposes?
Yes, sir, and solely for those purposes.
Are there other questions?
Referring to tab number 52, Mr. Marumoto, you mention here in paragraph 3 of the memorandum which you prepared, dated September 22nd, that you had met with Ed Romero of La Luz magazine, Ray Prospective National Advertisers, for his publication. Now, what did you mean by that?
Senator Montoya, as you may know, this is, I believe, the only national Spanish magazine, and I guess I would compare it to Ebony for the black community. These people were having a difficult time in getting this off the ground. They came to a number of us to see if we could help them. I gave them a list of individuals that I knew in the corporate and advertising arena who might be able to take either half-page or full-page advertisements from them, such as General Motors or Sony.
Who made the contacts with these national advertisers?
They did.
And did they have any letter from you? Or
No,
anybody
sir.
else in the
No, sir. I
White
just
House?
gave them names of people that were both professional and personal friends.
Now, is it not true that after you met with them that they had articles, glowing articles about President Nixon in every one of their subsequent issues up to Election Day?
Well, one of their thrusts, Senator, was to articulate the achievements of the Spanish-speaking, both in the private and public sector. And so as part of that program, they certainly included what the Spanish-speaking people were doing with this particular administration.
Well, the articles actually revolved around President Nixon and his candidacy and not the accomplishments of the Spanish-speaking people. Isn't that right?
As I recall it, Senator, it had to do with the achievements of the President and his administration the first 4 years.
Had they been able to project the President and his image before the national advertisers stepped in with persuasion?
That I don't recall, sir. I think at this point in time they may have only had 1 or 2 issues published.
How much did they realize from the national advertisers? Did you get a report?
No, sir.
Was it a substantial amount?
I really don't know, sir. I understand they're still in existence, but again, we didn't do. There was no follow-up there.
Oh.
Other questions? If not, thank you very much. The witness is excused, and the committee will stand in recess briefly. So, at the request of the chairman, so that he may return for the balance of the hearing.
In a moment, Florida builder John Priestis will take the stand to testify about exchanging campaign contributions for government favors. Public television coverage of the Watergate hearings will resume after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of the hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPAC correspondent Peter Kay.
As we go back to the hearings, a new witness, John J. Priestis, is about to testify.
Mr. John Priestis.
You stand up, raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you should give to the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Priestis, I see that you're accompanied by counsel. Will counsel please identify himself for the record?
Jerome S. Richmond and I, Richard Jacobs, Miami, Florida.
Mr. Priestis, do you have any preliminary statement you wish to make to the committee?
No, sir.
Mr. Dash, I have a couple of introductory remarks that I would like to, at your pleasure, bring to the attention of the chair. Mr. Priestis is appearing here today pursuant to the committee's subpoena. He has not requested any grant of immunity, and his intent is to cooperate fully with any and all questions. It's already known that he is under sentence now for matters relating to FHA violations, and which are unrelated to the purpose which he has been called today. One further remark, the matters that he is to testify today occurred approximately a year and a half ago. And while he did not keep any documentary records, he has reconstructed the events from his memory, and I am certain the committee will bear with him as to his recall. And as Mr. Priest has indicated, he has no opening statement, and he is prepared for inquiry at this time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Priest, would you first tell us where you live?
Yes, sir. I live at 1221 Mariola Court, Coral Gables, Florida.
And are you in business or a profession?
Yes, sir. I'm a building contractor.
And where do you engage in that activity?
In the general area of South Florida area.
Could you give us the names of the companies or businesses you work under?
The two major businesses I work under are John Priestess Homes Incorporated and Priestess Development Corporation.
And basically, what kind of building do you engage in?
Primarily single-family homes and FHA 221 and 235 homes.
And in the course of your activities within a recent period of the last couple of years, did you run into any difficulties with the FHA?
Pardon me, sir?
Did you run into any difficulties recently with the FHA? Now, were you in fact informed that you were going to be suspended?
Yes, I did.
And could you tell us what information you received as the basis upon which your suspension would be made?
Well, the newspapers had been running a lot of...
Could you just, instead of referring to the newspaper, Mr. Priestes, why don't you answer based on your own knowledge?
Based on my own knowledge, the suspension was going to be due to a corporation by the name of the Richard Green Corporation, which was not registered as a fictitious name.
And now, after knowing of this information and the problem you had with the FHA, did you come to be contacted by a Mr. Ben Fernandez?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us briefly the circumstances under which Mr. Fernandez contacted you?
Well, Mr. Fernandez called me at home one evening and told me he was from either a Hispanic finance committee, I don't recall the exact, or just a committee to re-elect the president, and they were raising funds primarily from Latin-speaking contributors in the South Florida area.
How is it that, by the way, are you a Latin-speaking or Spanish-speaking American?
No, sir, I'm not.
Do you, however, build for Spanish-speaking Americans? Your customers?
Some of my customers are Latins, yes, sir.
Yeah. Do you know, of your own knowledge, how Mr. Fernandez, who identified himself as representing the Committee to Elect the President or the Hispanic Finance Committee dealing with Spanish-speaking Americans, came to your attention?
Well, I know how he came to my attention, yes, sir. I found out that he had been to a party the night before and had met several builders of Latin descent and real estate people, and it had been in the newspapers, and they had discussed me as...
What had been in the newspapers?
My problems with the FHA.
All right. Go ahead. Continue.
And they had discussed with Mr. Fernandez my name as a possible contributor.
Now, can you place as close as you can the date when Mr. Fernandez contacted you?
Just a moment. It was on or about February 26, 1972.
All right, now, you say he contacted you by telephone. Could you briefly relate the conversation on telephone Mr. Fernandez had with you?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, it was just a conversation that he was stated his name, and he was a fundraiser for the Committee to Re-elect the President for Latin descent people, and he possibly could help me in my troubles with that.
Did he indicate he knew you had troubles?
Pardon
Did he indicate on the telephone he knew of your troubles?
He had indicated he had heard about my troubles, yes. It was all over the papers.
All right, and as a result of that telephone conversation, did you arrange a meeting?
Yes, sir.
And when and where did that meeting take place?
The meeting was took place the next day at the Sheraton Four Ambassadors Hotel in Miami, Florida.
And did you know, was this Mr. Fernandez's room, hotel room?
Yes, sir.
And you went through that hotel room?
Yes, sir.
Did you go with anybody?
No, sir.
Did you meet with Mr. Fernandez alone?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Now, can you, to your best of your recollection, briefly tell us about that meeting, the conversation, what did Mr. Fernandez say to you, and what did you say to him?
Well, he invited me up to his room, and we sat and offered me a drink, and told me after a small amount of small talk, he said that he could help me with my FHA problems, that he thought he could help me. He said it would require a contribution. He said, as you know, I'm a fundraiser, and he told me that the contribution would have to be $100,000.
And what did you say to him?
Well, I want to know what he'd done before and exactly what type of help he was talking about. And he told me that he had previous that had helped other building contractors.
Was he specific as to the manner in which he had helped other what kinds of problems these other building contractors had?
No, he was not, sir.
Were they the same type as suspensions?
Well, they were building contractors who he said were on the URD list.
What is the URD list?
That's the restricted disbarred list for the FHA.
And is that a more serious problem than being suspended?
Yes, it is more serious than suspension.
So he indicated he had helped builders on a more serious problem than you had.
Yes, sir.
By the way, did he specifically say that he could help you be cleared of the suspension?
Yes, he did, sir.
And in return, he wanted a contribution of $100,000. A contribution to whom?
Contribution to the committee to re-elect the president.
Did he tell you what form that contribution would have to be in?
Well, he wanted either a cash or cashier's check, and he told me it would be in 3 different payments.
And how was the 3 different payments to be worked out? What was the scenario of the payments to be?
Well, the first payment, he wanted a cashier's check for $25,000, and if I gave him after the first payment, he would then take me to Washington and introduce me to former Commerce Secretary Maurice Stans.
Who you understood to be, what position did you understand Mr. Stans to have at that time?
Well, at the time he first spoke to me, I didn't know exactly who the committee to re-elect the president was. I'd never heard of him. I had known Maurice Stans to be the former Secretary of Commerce. He told me Maurice Stans was now the chairman of the Finance Committee for the committee to re-elect the president. He showed me a letter from that he'd received from Maurice Stans, designated him as a representative of that committee to collect funds.
All right, so if with the first $25,000 you'd get to see Mr. Stans, then when would you have to pay the next $25,000?
Well, he had told me that, quite confidently, he said when we went to see Mr. Stans, he would pick the phone right up in front of me. And,
who would?
Mr. Stans would, and call Secretary Romney.
About your problem?
Yes, sir.
And then were you then to make another payment?
I was then to make another payment of $25,000.
That would leave $50,000 unpaid. When would that have to be paid?
Then the $50,000 was to be paid when my suspension was complete and lifted.
All right. After that was explained to you, did you agree to that?
Yes, I agreed with it, sir.
All right. Now, was that the end of that meeting, or did you have any other conversation at that time?
That was the end of the meeting, but of course I wanted to. He told me that he wanted the check made out to the committee to re-elect the president if it was going to be I eliminated the cash, and he told me he wanted the cashier's check then. He said it was to be made to the Hispanic Finance Committee to re-elect the president.
Now, did he give you, by the way, did Mr. Fernandez give you a business card at that time?
Yes, he did, sir.
And was this a card for the Hispanic Finance Committee?
Yes, sir.
And showing his name on it?
Yes, sir.
Now, what, if anything, did you do after that meeting with regard to that conversation?
Well, I made a phone call to Mr. William Pelsky, the FHA director in Miami, Florida, and asked him if he could verify this. I described the whole meeting and the circumstances with him and asked him if he could verify, was this a way that I could obtain this favor. He said he would make a few phone calls and call me back.
Did you tell him, or did you identify Mr. Fernandez to him?
Yes, I did. I sat and talked to him actually for about an hour about the whole thing, and went and recreated the whole conversation.
Right, and did he call you back?
Yes, he called me the next day, sir. And
what did he tell you?
He told me he'd checked and it was all right, that this would be a way that I could have my impending suspension.
All right, what, if anything, did you do next?
Sir?
What, if anything, happened next? Did you call Mr. Fernandez?
Mr. Fernandez told me that he would meet me a week later. I told him I didn't have the cash or the check. I couldn't obtain it for him right there, but he said that he'd be back in town 1 week later, and made arrangements to meet me at the Sonesta Beach Hotel in Key Biscayne.
And did you, prior to that time, did you make any effort to, after speaking to Mr. Palsky, did you make any effort to obtain funds?
Yes, I had made efforts to obtain funds, but by the time I met Mr. Fernandez the following Saturday, I had not yet obtained them, but I went to business associates, and I met with Mr. Fernandez a week later.
This was at the Sonesta Beach Hotel?
Yes, sir.
All right, could you tell us, do you know about what date that was?
That was March the 4th, 1972.
All right. And could you tell us what occurred at that meeting? Were you alone?
No, I wasn't. I had a date with me, Mrs. Rosemary Jane from Miami, Florida.
And could you now tell us what occurred at that meeting?
Well, it was a meeting. It was not a meeting. It was a formal dinner, as I recall, and you had to have a card to get inside. And I had no card, but I waited at the door and I asked to see Mr. Fernandez, and they called him, and he came out and brought us inside and asked me if I had the check, and I said no, but I was working on it and I thought I could get it. And he told me that he would made arrangements to meet me 1 week later in Washington, and said he would call me back with hotel reservations to meet to meet Maurice Stans.
All right, and now, was that the sum and substance of that meeting?
Basically, yes, sir.
Yeah, all right, now, after that meeting, did you make any effort to raise the $25,000?
Yes, sir. I contacted an associate who I had purchased land from, Mr. Martin Woolen from Miami, Florida, and asked him if he would lend me $25,000.
Was he willing to do so?
Well, he was willing to do so. I asked him to lend me if he could make the loan in cash, and he had sold me land previous to this, and he was involved in the regard that I was purchasing land from him on time, and he told me he would give me a check. I explained the whole thing to him, what I wanted the money for and what was going to be done for the money.
Did you show him Mr. Fernandez's card?
Yes, I did show him Mr. Fernandez's card.
Did that mean anything to him?
No, he said he had never heard of this
Hispanic
Finance Committee to re-elect the president, and he wrote the check out to the Republican National Committee directly on his own personal checking account.
And that was in the amount of $25,000?
$25,000, yes, sir.
Now, did you, now once having had that check, did you receive any further communication from Mr. Fernandez concerning your meeting in Washington?
Yes, sir. Mr. Fernandez had called me, I would say, about 2 or 3 times that week, and he'd also called me 2 or 3 times the week before the meeting at the Sonesta. Each time he called, he wanted to know how I was doing with obtaining the cash, and I wanted to know how he was doing with his arrangements for having my troubles.
The conversations were from Mr. Fernandez to you that you get the money, and from you to Fernandez, what have you been able to do for me?
Yes, sir.
And it was at all times, was it your understanding that you were giving that money on a quid pro quo to have your FHA problem cleared up?
Yes, sir.
Now, did he finally tell you what hotel you were to come to?
Yes, sir. He called me on the phone and told me he'd made reservations at the Hay Adams Hotel, and that I was to meet him there the night of March the 12th.
And did you go to Washington on March the 12th?
Yes, I did, sir.
I just want to show you a copy of a voucher form and I guess American Express charge for a payment of the bill for the Manger Hay Adams Hotel, 16th and 8th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. Is that a record that you submitted to us just yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And does that show a stay at the Hay Adams beginning March 12, 1972 in room 716 and leaving March 13, 1972?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have this bill and the accompanying receipt from the American Express identified for the record and admitted in evidence.
The paper writing will be received in evidence and appropriately numbered as an exhibit.
Now, you arrived on the evening of the 12th of March. Did you receive a call, or did you meet Mr. Fernandez at that time?
Mr. Fernandez told me that when I arrived at the hotel, I was to ring his room up and meet with him.
And was he at the hotel?
Yes, he was there. Yes, sir. I checked, and I did ring his room up, and I told him I just checked in, and he told me to come down to his room.
All right. Now, what was the nature of the discussion at that time?
Well, at this meeting, Mr. Fernandez's attitude, I noticed, was not quite as confident as it was in Miami. And I talked to him. It come up somehow, the newspapers that day had headlines about this, the ITT contribution, $200,000. And I told him that I thought that it's one of the biggest corporations in the United States contributing $200,000. I thought he was very heavy on me for the $100,000.
How was it?
Sir?
How would you felt that if a conglomerate like ITT could do it for $200,000, that $100,000 was unfair?
Well, he told me, I did think it was unfair, and I told him so.
Well, what resulted from your bringing that to his attention?
After quite a bit of discussion, it was agreed upon that I would only make a contribution of $50,000.
All right, so
he also mentioned to me that the ITT contribution was actually $400,000.
Now, did you detect that there was some nervousness on the part of Mr. Fernandez?
I detected, sir, a lack of the previous confidence. He had previously told me no less than 3 times that there'd be nothing to this. He said with a contribution, Secretary Stans would call Mr. Romney in my presence, which was the thing I wanted to see. I knew who Secretary Stans was, and I knew who Secretary Romney was, and I felt this would be enough assurance that I would...
was anybody else present in his room that evening when you met with him?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
There were 3 other fellows, I believe, of Cuban descent, one from Miami who I think his name is Manolo Casanova.
Did you know the others?
No, sir. I was introduced to them, but I can't remember their names.
Right. And could you spell for the reporter the name of the person to the best of your ability? Do you know? You said, what was his name, the one you did know, or at least know his name?
Casanova, Casanova.
That's his last name?
That was his last name, sir.
Yes. What's his first name?
Manolo.
Do you know how that's spelled?
Manolo, I believe.
Now that you had arranged to cut the payment in half, and it would be $50,000, was there to be a different payment arrangement?
Yes, sir. The payment arrangement was to be $25,000 to get in to meet Maurice Stans, that to be presented to him upon meeting him immediately, and another $25,000 when my troubles with my suspension were taken care of.
At that time, did they ask you if you had the money with you?
Yes, he did ask me if I had the check with me at that time. I told him yes, I did.
Well, did you show him the check at that time?
Yes, I did show him the check, and he was concerned that the check was not made out to the committee to re-elect the president. I told him, I said, well, I couldn't get the fellow I borrowed the money from. He hadn't heard of this committee, but he had heard of the Republican National Committee. And I explained it to him like this, and he said, well, we'll see what we can do with it.
Now, when you came up to Washington from Florida, did you bring anything with you?
Yes, sir. In Miami, Florida, Mr. Fernandez had told me to bring a scrapbook of all my press clippings, I guess you'd call them. I don't know whether you call them press clippings, but there was all the news write-ups, the previous news write-ups.
And these were news clippings relating to your particular problem with FHA?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And were they self-explanatory, if someone read them?
They were quite, I would say they were self-explanatory. It wasn't exactly in detail, but you could read through the lines and understand pretty much that there was something wrong.
Now, that evening, then, besides now arranging for a $50,000 payment, a new method of payment, and the fact that what else took place? What other conversation took place at that time?
The evening in the hotel room?
Yes, the evening of March 12th.
Just a moment.
Did you make arrangements for the following morning?
Oh, yes, sir. We made arrangements to meet the following morning. He told me that I had originally thought I was going to meet Mr. Stans at 9 o'clock in the morning. Now, he told me it was changed to 11. He said that he would leave at 9, and I was to show up at 11 o'clock. He gave me a name and a telephone number, Hugh Sloan, and a telephone number. In case I was late, I was to call him.
Did he tell you who Hugh Sloan was?
Yes, sir. He said, I believe he said he was Mr. Stans' assistant.
All right, now, is that all that occurred now on the evening of the 12th, substantially?
To the best of my knowledge, that's about basically it.
All right, the following morning, did you go over to the committee to re-elect the president?
Yes, I did, sir.
And what room did you go to, do you recall?
I don't recall the room, but it was on Pennsylvania Avenue. I had to go up to the second floor and turn to the right. As I recalled, Mr. Sloan was there with Mr. Fernandez in Mr. Sloan's office on the right, Mr. Stans on the left.
Mr. Stans? Mr. Sloan and Mr. Fernandez, I think you said.
Yeah, Mr. Sloan's office, I recall being on the right, Mr. Stans on the left.
All right, was Mr. Sloan there?
Yes, sir.
And were you introduced to Mr. Sloan?
Yes, I was introduced to Mr. Sloan, and he...
Who introduced you?
Mr. Fernandez.
Right. Now, what occurred next? Did you get in to see Mr. Stans?
Yes, sir. We went in to see Mr. We spoke briefly with Mr. Sloan. Mainly, he was glad that I was a contributor, and words to that effect.
Well, did Mr. Sloan, to your knowledge, know what the arrangement was that you had with Mr. Fernandez?
I don't recall that, sir. I don't think he really knew.
Well, at least Mr. Fernandez, not in your presence.
I just don't recall what. That's like was a year and a half ago, and I just can't recall. I don't think he was familiar with.
He understood, however, that you were coming to make a contribution.
Yeah, he understood about the contribution.
Right. Now, you say you then went in to meet Mr. Stans.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is this the first time you met Mr. Stans?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who was in the room?
Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Stans and myself.
All right. Now, can you tell us as clearly as you can what occurred? Who first spoke? Were you introduced to Mr. Stans?
Well, I was introduced to Mr. Stans by Mr. Fernandez, and Mr. Fernandez spoke first. He said, "This is Mr. Priestless, and he is going to make a contribution to the committee." And I had a scrapbook with me from the press clippings in Miami. And,
what did you do with that scrapbook?
Mr. Fernandez asked me to show it to Mr. Stans, which I did. We looked at the scrapbook, and
did he look through it?
Yes, he did.
How long did it take? Did he look through it?
I would say about 15 minutes.
Did you get the impression he was reading the particular news?
Well, he was reading, and I was explaining as we were going along. I mainly pointed to the area that was trying to explain him the trouble that I was in, and explaining that this Richard Green thing. The papers had made a headline about it, and I explained to him that this was a fictitious name problem with a corporation which wasn't registered.
Now, did you say anything to Mr. Stans besides explaining that?
Well, yes, Mr. Fernandez had told me previously that when I handed the check to Mr. Stans, he'd told me in Miami that Mr. Stans would pick the phone up and after hearing me call Romney. Mr. Fernandez asked me to present this check to him, and I gave him the check. He did not pick the phone up and call Secretary Romney. And I asked him then, I said, well, he did accept the check. And I asked him, I said, well wait a minute, aren't we supposed to have a phone call here? I said, you promised me that Secretary Romney would be called on the phone. And Mr. Stan said that he would make a call, and if he couldn't do me any good, they would return my check.
You say he would make the call then or later?
No, he didn't make it then. He just said he'd make the call. He said if I said, well, what do I have any reassurance here that I'm going to get anything for my money? I mean, I didn't make the contribution because for any other reason other than
You were not seeking to make a contribution to the re-election of President Nixon?
No, sir. I wasn't really interested in making any contribution.
And what did Mr. Stan say to you when you made it clear that you wanted to know what it is you were going to get for your money?
Mr. Stans told me that he would make a call and see what he could do. And I said, well, what does it look like here? He said, if we can't do any good for you, we'll return your check to you.
All right. Now, by the way, did he make any statement to you? Did he react to the fact that the check was not a cashier's check, but was a check made out to the National Republican Committee?
Yes, sir. Mr. Stans did make a notation that the check had been made out to the wrong committee. And Mr. Fernandez said yes. He said, well, this was done in error. And Mr. Fernandez mentioned that possibly I could obtain cash in replacement for this check or smaller checks from with Spanish surnames other than my own. He didn't want the check made out in my name anyways.
Yeah. By the way, was any reference made either in at that meeting or prior to your having that meeting when the discussion of the payments were made concerning the date April 7, 1972?
Yes, sir. The reference April 7th came up because I didn't know what it meant. He told me that the final payment would have to be made before April 7th. He said any payments after April 7th. He also mentioned that in the hotel room the night before, which I forgot to he said any payments made after April 7th had to be reported, and stated that in my situation this was something that would be wiser not to have reported.
All right. Now, after this, did anything else, any other conversation take place in the presence of Mr. Stans and Mr. Fernandez at that time?
Do we have any?
Was that the sum and substance of
I
that?
would say basically that was about it. I might have left a few unimportant details out, but.
All right. Now, what did you do after you left his office?
Pardon me?
What did you do after you left his office?
After I left his office, I went back and to the hotel, checked out, took a plane home to Miami.
Now, at that time, did you
me to show it to Mr. Stans, which I did. We looked at the scrapbook, and
did he look through it?
Yes, he did.
How long did it take? Did he look through it?
I would say about 15 minutes.
Did you get the impression he was reading the particular news?
Well, he was reading, and I was explaining as we were going along. I mainly pointed to the area that was trying to explain to him the trouble that I was in, and explaining that this Richard Green thing. The papers had made a headline about it, and I explained to him that this was a fictitious name problem with a corporation which wasn't registered.
Now, did you say anything to Mr. Stans besides explaining that?
Well, yes, Mr. Fernandez had told me previously that when I handed the check to Mr. Stans, he had told me in Miami that Mr. Stans would pick the phone up and, after hearing me, call Romney. Mr. Fernandez asked me to present this check to him, and I gave him the check. He did not pick the phone up and call Secretary Romney. And I asked him then, I said, well, what, he did accept the check. And I asked him, I said, well wait a minute, aren't we supposed to have a phone call here? I said, you promised me that Secretary Romney would be called on the phone. And Mr. Stans said that he would make a call, and if he couldn't do me any good, they would return my check.
You say he would make the call then or later?
No, he didn't make it then. He just said he'd make the call. He said I said, well, do I have any reassurance here that I'm going to get anything for my money? I mean, I didn't make the contribution because for any other reason other than
You were not seeking to make a contribution for the re-election of President Nixon?
No, sir. I wasn't really interested in making any contribution.
And what did Mr. Stans say to you when you made it clear that you wanted to know what it is you were going to get for your money?
Mr. Stans told me that he would make a call and see what he could do. And I said, well, what does it look like? He said, if we can't do any good for you, we'll return your check to you.
All right. Now, by the way, did he make any statement to you? Did he react to the fact that the check was not a cashier's check, but was a check made out to the National Republican Committee?
Yes, sir. Mr. Stans did make a notation. The check had been made out to the wrong committee. And Mr. Fernandez said yes. He said, well, this was done in error. And Mr. Fernandez mentioned that possibly I could obtain cash in replacement for this check or smaller checks from with Spanish surnames other than my own. He didn't want the check made out in my name anyways.
Yeah. By the way, was any reference made either in at that meeting or prior to your having that meeting when the discussion of the payments were made concerning the date April 7, 1972?
Yes, sir. The reference April 7th came up because I didn't know what it meant. He told me that the final payment would have to be made before April 7th. He said any payments after April 7th. He also mentioned that in the hotel room the night before, which I forgot to he said any payments made after April 7th had to be reported, and stated that in my situation this was something that would be wiser not to have reported.
All right. Now, after this, did anything else, any other conversation take place in the presence of Mr. Stans and Mr. Fernandez at that time?
Do you have anything?
Was that the sum and substance of that?
I would say basically that was about it. I might have left a few unimportant details out, but.
All right. Now, what did you do after you left his office?
Pardon me?
What did you do after you left his office?
After I left his office, I went back and to the hotel, checked out, took a plane home to Miami.
Now, at that time, did you see anything in the newspaper concerning your matter?
Yes, sir. When I got back to Miami, Florida that night, I found out that Mr. Eugene Gellage had been down there, and he had a press conference that afternoon and had suspended me.
So that on the day that you were up there talking about that problem, in fact, you were suspended.
Yes, sir.
But did that concern you?
No, not really. It didn't concern me because I had known that I was going to be suspended previous to that.
And what you were really going to be doing would be taking appeals, I understand.
Yes, sir. This was mainly concerned with my appeal because the suspension was shall we say, imminent. Because of the newspaper publicity, I'd known there was going to be some.
And the help you expected would be on the appeal?
The help I expected primarily was on the appeal.
All right. Now, when was the next you were contacted by anybody with regard to this matter?
Well, I'm back home to Miami, and I made a few calls to Mr. Fernandez.
When you called him, where did you call him?
I called him in California at a California phone.
That was at his home?
He had gone back to California, yes, sir.
And what was the purpose of your calls to Mr. Fernandez?
To find out how everything was going. You know, to find out if they were getting the job done.
What kind of response did you get from Mr. Fernandez?
Well, I didn't get a positive response completely, but he said they were working on it and that he would be back in touch with me. He would keep in touch with me and let me know what was going on.
All right, now, after these kind of calls that you're making, seeking information, did someone get in touch with you later in Florida and had in his possession your check?
Yes, sir. Approximately 2 weeks later, a man came to my home with the check in hand and said he was from the committee to re-elect the president.
And having the check in his hand, you didn't need any further introduction?
No, sir. He gave me his name and told me he was from the committee. I don't remember his name, but I really wasn't conscious of a big concern. He had the check that I'd given to Mr. Stans 2 weeks previous to that.
Well, what, if anything, did he tell you when he...
Well, he told me it was a serious situation, more so than they'd previously expected, and that it could be handled, but it would require $25,000 in cash, and the check was he didn't want the check.
Well,
he was going to return the check in exchange for $25,000 in cash.
What did you say to him?
Well, I said I agreed to it. I said that's fine with me. I said, when do you want me to meet you in Washington to meet with Mr. Stans?
And what did he say to you?
He told me that they weren't going to do it that way anymore. He said he expected me to hand. I said, well, you don't expect me to just give you the cash. I said to you, not having known him. And he said, well, that's the way I can't remember verbatim, it's been a year, but that's the way we're working it now.
Well, anyway, you wanted assurances that if you gave him the cash, it would
yes,
get to the right person.
I agreed that I would give him the cash if Mr. Stans could witness the cash, too. I said, I'll give it to you as long as I have some assurance that he knows that you have the cash, because I want assurance to know that something's going to be done.
And was he willing to give you that assurance?
No, he said they couldn't do it that way.
All right, then how did you terminate your...
Well, I was a little upset, and I told him I think he felt that it wasn't a deal there. He did return the check to me.
He returned the check, and then he left, is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right, what did you do next?
I then called Mr. Fernandez in California, and I told him, asked him what was going on related to what happened, and he said, I'll call you back. Let me make some calls, and I'll call you back.
And did he call you back?
He called me back about 2 or 3 hours later, and...
Could you tell the committee, as best you can recall, what his conversation was, what he told you?
Well, his conversation was that he said, well, we can't do anything for you. You can, if you'd like, make a contribution for $5,000, but it would have to be reported, and there's nothing that can... I said, well, I didn't understand at all. I said, wait a minute. I said, I don't understand this at all. I said, you're talking about $5,000. I said, he said, well, we never promised you anything, and I guess I got a little indignant. I said, well, what was I doing in Washington with a $25,000 check? I said, I'm not even a Republican. He said, well, we never made you any promises at all that you can make if you'd like, and we'd like you. I said, what will I get for the $5,000? And he said, well, we would make it known publicly that you gave $5,000. I said, would I get anything? He said, no, you wouldn't get anything for it. It was a complete turnabout.
And was that is that how the conversation ended?
That was the end of about the end of that conversation with Mr. Fernandez.
All right, and were you visited by anybody shortly after that?
I was called, as I can't really recall, about a week or maybe it was only 3 or 4 days later, for a contribution for $5,000, and I recalled asking him. It was from the Hispanic Finance Committee again, and I recall asking what if there's anything I could get for the $5,000, and they said, well, they would just make it known, publicly known, like they would do for any contributor. And I said, well, there's nothing really that can be done then. And they said, well, it'll be known. And it wasn't enough assurance for me.
And did anything else happen after that? Did you meet that person? Did you make any contribution?
No, I never did make another contribution.
What did you do, by the way, with the $25,000 check?
I returned the $25,000 check approximately a week later to Martin Woolen in Miami.
And did you hear any more from Mr. Fernandez?
I don't recall. Now, if I called him after that, some regard, I just can't really recall it. I know I didn't. Nothing else happened after that.
You made no further trips to Washington
no,
on this business?
No, sir.
And that's the sum and substance of the effort of the Hispanic Finance Committee to obtain a contribution from you.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Priest, you've indicated here that you pleaded guilty to 2 criminal counts for making false statements, involving false statements of a corporate tax return, and secondly, false statements in connection with an FHA matter. I'd like to ask you, and counsel can respond to this as far as I'm concerned, as to whether or not this was part of a plea bargaining arrangement, whether or not there were other matters under inquiry where there was an agreement that they would not be pursued.
Yes, there was a plea bargaining agreement which was entered in the records in the Southern District of Florida. And as a result of that plea bargaining, he pleaded guilty to those counts that you mentioned.
Could you give us the substance of that agreement?
The substance of the agreement was that he was to enter a plea on those 2 counts, basically, that he would cooperate with the federal government in any way that was required of him, and that any other charges that may have come about of anything of FHA relationship or this matter would not be brought against him by the U.S. Attorney's Office.
All right. Were the matters pertaining to Mr. Fernandez and the matters that have been related here so far in the possession of the United States Attorney's Office there at that time?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's all I have to ask along those lines. Mr. Priest, as you indicate that your first contact with Mr. Fernandez was February 26, I believe, of 1972?
On or about, yes, sir.
And he called you at that time and indicated that he had some familiarity with your FHA problems and
yes,
possibly could help you. Did he state to you the basis of his knowledge?
Well, he did state it. It's very difficult. I think he was the fundraiser, and he'd been to a party and met somebody. I think, I can't recall in detail. It was in the papers, but he had stated he'd heard from Cubans or Cuban builders or real estate people that.
Do you know a man by the name of Nunez?
Yes, sir.
Who is he?
Carlos Nunez. He was a former employee of mine. He's now a building contractor in Miami, Florida.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Nunez and ask of him whether or not he had ever spoken to Mr. Fernandez about you?
Yes, I did.
When did you talk with him?
Just about 3 months ago.
What did he say about any conversation he might have had with Mr. Fernandez?
He told me that he'd met Mr. Fernandez that night, and they had all discussed where they could get potential contributors for the Latin group, the Finance Committee. And he said my name had come up.
Do you indicate that he suggested your name as possibly someone who might contribute?
He said he could have done that, sir. He said it could have been him or others there. He said he doesn't recall exactly who brought my name up, but it was brought up.
Did he state whether or not your FHA problems had been brought up at the same time?
Well, it was in the papers. It was in the headlines of the papers.
Did he state whether or not your FHA problems were brought up at that time in that conversation with Mr. Fernandez?
He said they had spoke about my FHA problems. Or the newspapers, the headlines.
That they had spoken about the newspapers? I want you to divorce what was in the newspapers from what that conversation was that he had with Fernandez.
Well, he told me that they'd spoken about the headlines of the papers, which were all concerning my FHA problems, yes.
Did Fernandez indicate that he had spoken to Nunez specifically when he talked to you?
Yes, I believe he might have mentioned Nunez and others.
How did Fernandez identify himself over the telephone?
As best of my knowledge, is Mr. Benjamin Fernandez, who was the local chairman to the Hispanic Finance Committee or something like that. I really can't remember exactly how he identified himself.
Did he give his last name at that time?
Yes, sir.
In the telephone conversation?
Pardon me?
I'm asking you whether or not he gave his last name, Fernandez.
Yes, sir.
Did you know anything about Mr. Fernandez at that time?
No, other than what he told me on the telephone.
Did he indicate to you that he would try to get some help for you?
On the telephone?
Yes.
Yes, that he did indicate that to me.
Did he also indicate that although he would try to help you, that he would make no definite promises?
On the telephone, it was more, that was the indication, yes, sir.
Did he indicate what kind of help over the telephone?
No, sir. I had assumed it was political help.
All right. At any time during that telephone conversation or any other meeting that you had with him, did you discuss the specifics of exactly what kind of help that he might give you?
Yes, I did.
What kind of help did you discuss?
Well, he told me the next day in a hotel room that he would go directly to the top, so to speak, and that he introduced me to Maurice Stans, who would call Secretary Romney.
Was it anything any more specific than that?
No, I felt that was specific enough. He told me that more than once.
Did you know that, were you under suspension at that particular time?
No, I wasn't under suspension, but I knew I was going to be suspended.
Did you tell him that you knew you were going to be suspended?
Yes.
Did he indicate that he could prevent that?
He indicated that he could either prevent it, or if I were suspended, which was the likelihood that the suspension could be appealed and lifted.
When you had your conversation with Mr. Stans on March 13, was Mr. Sloan present during any part of that conversation?
I recall Mr. Sloan being present. I met Mr. Sloan, and he spoke briefly, and we went in the office together, and I don't think he stayed there a few minutes. I don't really recall.
You recall whether or not
I recall meeting him.
You recall whether he was present when you gave the check to Mr. Stans?
I don't recall whether he's present or not.
Would you repeat the question?
Was Mr. Sloan present when you gave the check to Mr. Stans?
I don't recall.
But you do recall the details of the conversation?
Yeah, basically, yes, sir.
When you walked in, how were you introduced to Mr. Stans? Who introduced you?
Mr. Fernandez introduced me to Mr. Stans. He said, Mr. Secretary.
Did he give any of your background or say anything about you?
Yes, he told me this is, he said, this is John Priestis. He's a building contractor from Miami, and he's going to make a contribution to us for $25,000.
All right. He's going to make a contribution for $25,000. And you gave him a check at that time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that check was made out to the Republican National Committee?
Yes, sir.
And that was unsatisfactory?
Yes,
as far
sir.
as Mr. Stans was concerned. Was there any discussion concerning breaking the check down into $3,000 contributions for gift tax purposes?
Yes, sir. I recall the check was unsuitable for Mr. Stans. And he looked at Mr. Fernandez, and he explained to him that, well, I couldn't get the check made out properly. And Mr. Fernandez had mentioned possibly it could be done with a series of smaller checks, made cashier's checks, or cash.
Or cash?
Yes, sir.
Did he indicate that smaller checks made out properly to the Finance Committee to re-elect or whatever would have been satisfactory with him at that particular time?
I don't understand the question, sir.
So did he indicate if the checks, if the check or smaller checks of $3,000 had been made out by you to the Finance Committee, that would have been satisfactory? In other words, checks as such was not unsatisfactory.
Yes, he indicated that to me. Yes, sir.
All right. What other conversation did you have about the check or the possible ways that you can make your contribution?
I don't recall too much conversation about the check other than Mr. Stans didn't find the check exactly acceptable in its form. I can't really recall too much on the check itself.
At that time, did he indicate in any way that he did not want it to be of public record, or he did not want it to be of public knowledge, the fact that you were making a contribution to the committee to re-elect?
I got the impression that it was not to be of public knowledge. It was not.
Well, I'm talking about your conversation. I'm talking about what he said.
I can't remember in detail. It was a year and a half ago. I can't. But like I said, I can't remember verbatim, word for word, how the whole conversation. I just give you summarize it.
Did he say anything to the effect that he did not wish it to be a public record?
Did Mr. Stans say that? Mm-hmm. Not that I can recall.
All right. But he was willing for checks to be made out at that particular time.
Well,
or
Mr.
a check.
Fernandez, as I recalled, was speaking about the checks. Mr. Stans didn't, as I recall, didn't actually talk about it. He was listening.
Is there any other conversation at all about the way your contribution might be handled before you got into looking at the scrapbook that you can remember?
I can't really remember.
All right, so we have that discussion about the check. And now you mention the fact that Mr. Fernandez suggested that you bring your scrapbook relating all of your problems, the publicity you had had.
Yes, sir.
How did you get into the conversation about that?
Well, that was I told him that I'd been in some trouble in Miami, Florida, and I said he looked at the scrapbook. I said I got the impression Mr. Fernandez might have told him something before I come up there, and I went over the.
How did you get that impression, Mr. Priestes?
Well, he seemed a little bit. You're mentioning we were laying something out for somebody. I explained to him that this was the main problem was this Richard Green thing, and I got the impression, I say, because he didn't seem to go into a lot of have to ask a whole lot of questions about it.
Well, did he look at the?
Yes, he looked.
What did you say? 15 minutes or so, or
approximately? Yes, sir.
Go over the clippings.
Yes, sir.
What was your purpose in showing him this?
Well, my purpose was to show him the type of trouble that I was in, what type of help I would need.
Was there any discussion about the unfair treatment that you've been given in the newspapers?
I don't recall anything about any unfair treatment from the newspapers. The fact that it was in the press, no, I don't recall that at all.
Did you ever indicate to them that while you might have been in some violation of regulations or laws, that it was more of a technical violation?
No, well, I did indicate that it was not a serious violation.
Not a serious violation. Could you not have explained the nature of your problems to them without the benefit of the newspaper clippings?
I could have explained the nature without the newspaper clippings, yes, sir.
All right. And then when did you first discuss what might possibly be done for you to help you? Was it after you looked through the scrapbook, or while you were looking through it, or when?
Well, we looked through the scrapbook, and like I said, I can't remember how it came up, but I was concerned. I presented the check to Mr. Stans, and after we looked through the scrapbook and I explained it to him, I asked him if anything was going to be done. I said it was supposed to have a phone call made.
Was going to be done, or whether anything could be done?
Well, whether anything was going to be done or could be done, either.
Did you relate to Mr. Stans your previous conversation with Fernandez?
Concerning him calling
yes.
Romney? No, I didn't relate that to him.
Were you surprised when he made no offer to call Mr. Romney?
Wait a minute. I did relate. I didn't relate to Congress. I did say that. Are you going to make a call to Romney? I was promised that. Yes.
Did you mention Mr. Romney by name?
Yes, sir.
What did he say in reply to that?
To the best of my knowledge, his reply was, I'll make a call and see what we can do, and if we can't do anything for you, we'll return your money.
Did he make any calls while you were there?
No, sir.
Did you discuss the nature of your problems with him? You said you went through the scrapbook, and I'm sure there's some things in there, but you discuss exactly what your problem was, exactly what your position was, the fact that you might be suspended, for example. Did you go into
Well, yes, I didn't discuss everything. There was quite a bit in there. I just told him basically that the problem with this Richard Green, everything in there was innuendo, except concerning other matters. This Richard Green Building Corporation, which didn't exist or wasn't registered, was the one I was concerned about.
Everything in the newspaper articles was innuendo? Is that what you're referring to?
Everything. No, wait a minute. No, just a minute. Let me qualify that. Everything in the newspaper articles were going into basically other areas. Yeah. Yes, sir. The item we were mainly concerned about was the Richard Green situation.
But you didn't discuss any unfair treatment that the press had given pertaining to this particular matter with Mr. Stans? It's a matter of educational benefit.
Well, I wasn't even concerned that there was no unfair treatment from the press. It was there. You know, I mean, I didn't. That was not an issue at all.
Did you discuss the fact that your help might be of a nature where you would need help on appeal?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stans. You know whether or not Mr. Stans ever made any inquiry?
No, sir.
Be proper to refer to that memorandum, that letter at this time. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Thompson would yield at this point.
In a moment, Senator Baker will read a letter from Maurice Stans' attorney offering a different interpretation of that campaign contribution. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will resume after station identification.
Unabridged coverage of the hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPAC correspondent Peter Kay.
As we go back to the hearings, Senator Baker is about ready to read a letter from Maurice Stann's attorney.
Helpful to the committee and to the record, and in fairness, to call the committee's attention to a letter addressed to the chairman dated November 6, 1973, from Wilkinson, Cragoon, and Barker of Washington, counsel for Mr. Stans, and signed by Robert W. Barker, which has attached to it a statement of Mr. Stans dated November 6, 1973, which deals with the same subject matter, and which has attached to it, that is, the statement has attached to it, a memorandum on the stationery of the Department of Housing and Urban Development dated March 14, 1972, from the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Housing Management, addressed to Mr. Stans and signed by G. Richard, I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. I believe it says Dunnels. Now, Mr. Chairman, I realize this is out of order, but this is material of such extraordinary importance that I believe at this point in the record I would ask that I might offer this letter and the statement of Mr. Stans to be read into the record, not only because I think fairness indicates that, but because I think it might be useful in the further examination of this witness.
Well, I would say that if the statement had been notarized, that is, verified for an officer authorized to take oaths, it would be admissible under the rule of the committee, and unless some member of the committee disagrees, I would say I think we could waive that the verification, and I think it's an appropriate time if the senator would read it to the witness, maybe the witness, give the witness a chance to comment on it if he wants to.
Thank you, Mr.
I think that'd be fair to the witness and Mr. Stans both.
I believe that's right.
Mr. Chairman, I think just the record should show that the statement is not a sworn statement.
Yes, it should show that, and that, in effect, the chairman has suggested that I ask unanimous consent that it may be put in the record notwithstanding, which I now do, Mr. Chairman.
Apparently there's no objection. The letter will be admitted in evidence.
Together with the exhibit.
Together with the exhibit attached to it, notwithstanding the fact it's not verified.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The letter, as I said, is dated November 6, 1973, addressed to the chairman. Dear Mr. Chairman, your staff counsel have requested me to obtain and submit to you an affidavit of the Honorable Maurice H. Stans concerning a proposed contribution to the Finance Committee to re-elect the President by Mr. John Priestis. Mr. Stans is out of the city on prearranged matters and cannot be back this week. This request raises questions of Mr. Stans' fundamental rights in the case of U.S. versus Mitchell et al., 73 CR 439 in New York. We draw your attention to our letter of June 4th, 1973, exhibit number 26, in your hearing record, and my statement appearing at pages 680 through 687 of the printed hearings. Mr. Stans is unwilling voluntarily to do anything which will contribute to publicity which may tend to deny him a right of fair trial. The present request places Mr. Stans in the same position as your direction of June 12th, that Mr. Stans testify. If Mr. Stans fails to respond, it would infer guilty knowledge. If he adds to publicity, he could interfere with a fair trial. Therefore, this letter and the attached statement are submitted without any waiver on Mr. Stans' part, and with the request that it be used by the committee without publicity in order not to add to the already inflamed climate of publicity so far as fair trial is concerned. I might say parenthetically, Mr. Chairman, that I believe it's a fair statement to say that you and I were both concerned with that language. How do you use it without publicity and still make it part of the record? And at our request, Mr. Barker was contacted telephonically and indicated to Mr. Thompson that he was agreeable to the letter and the statement being used as a part of our hearing record.
That's correct, as I understand it.
The letter continues, since your hearings involve Messrs. Priestis and Fernandez go forward tomorrow, it is not possible to get you an affidavit. We have instead, after telephone conferences with staff counsel, discussed this matter in detail with Mr. Stans, checked committee records, and Mr. Stans has given us by telephone the enclosed statement of facts known to him. We enclose the statement for committee use on terms and conditions outlined above and signed by Mr. Barker with the shown carbon copy to Mr. Stans. The statement is as follows. November 6, 1973. This statement is made at the request of the staff of the Senate Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities for the purpose of furnishing it to that committee in connection with the investigation of pending matters. It is furnished under conditions stated in the accompanying letter of counsel. Since February 15, 1972, I have been and now am the chairman of the Finance Committee to re-elect the President and predecessor committees with offices at 1701 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. Ben Fernandez of Los Angeles, California, served as chairman of the Hispanic Finance Committee to re-elect the President during the recent presidential election campaign. On March 13, 1972, I met briefly in my office with Mr. Fernandez and a potential contributor named John Priestis. Mr. Priestis was brought to my office pursuant to a previous appointment by Mr. Fernandez. Mr. Fernandez had on March 8th called Mr. Hugh W. Sloan, Jr., treasurer of the committee, and had told him that my meeting with a potential contributor would be helpful. Mr. Sloan arranged the appointment through my secretary. Until the meeting, I did not know the name of the individual with whom I was to meet or the circumstances of the proposed contribution, only that Mr. Fernandez felt that it would assist in finalizing the proposed contribution if I were to meet with him and the contributor. At the meeting, Mr. Priestis offered a contribution to the campaign in the form of a check for $25,000 signed by another person, a Mr. Martin Woolen, and made payable, as I recall, to something like Republican Party, or a similar phrase. It was not made payable to the Finance Committee to re-elect the President. We discussed that the payee of the check would have to be changed. While I do not recall discussing this point, normally to protect a contributor against unintended gift taxes, we would have discussed designation of several committees to receive $3,000 each or a breakdown into several checks. I do not recall specifically whether we discussed this with Mr. Priestis, but I believe we did. After discussing the check, Mr. Priestis then proceeded to give me a file of newspaper clippings from the Miami Herald dated in February of 1972, highly critical of Mr. Priestis. The gist of the articles was that Priestis had realized a large windfall profit on an FHA low-cost housing program, primarily because of favors allegedly granted to him by a suspended FHA director in Miami named Pelsky. The newspaper articles related that as a result, Priestis had moved from 19th to 2nd in home builders in Dade County, Florida, in 1 year's time. The allegations also stated that Priestis had used a number of disguised corporations for the purpose of handling the contracts. Copies of the newspapers have been furnished to the committee staff. Mr. Priestis stated that he was an unfair victim of the Miami Herald and that he was fearful that action might be taken against him by HUD or FHA on the basis of unfavorable publicity without his having an opportunity to defend himself. He said that he hoped that HUD would treat him fairly. I flipped through the file of newspaper clippings in his presence and promised to read them later. I also told him that I could not evaluate the situation without knowing FHA's attitude toward him and his transactions, that I would have to check with HUD. I returned the check either to Fernandez or Priestis to hold until I was able to do so. On the same day, I had a meeting with Mr. G. Richard Donalds, a Deputy Assistant Secretary of HUD. At that meeting, I asked Mr. Donalds to check out Priestis' records with FHA and HUD and advise me as soon as possible. Later on the same day, at a scheduled meeting with Bill Gifford of the White House staff, I discussed the Priestis visit and asked him to check such sources as were properly available to him to let me know what he could learn from the sources about Priestis. On March 14th, Donalds wrote me a letter stating that HUD had suspended Priestis on March 13th and, quote, any contact with Priestis at this point would, in our opinion, be highly inappropriate, close quote. So far as I can recall, at the time of my conversation with Priestis, no mention was made of the fact that he had been suspended. I made a notation on the letter received from Donalds, quote, drop contact, close quote. Attached as Exhibit 1 is a copy of Mr. Donalds' report. On March 17th, I received a phone call from Gifford saying, Priestis is not clean. He uses dummy corporations, is unreliable, and undesirable. On March 18th, I talked by telephone with Mr. Fernandez and reported this information to him and told him to terminate any contacts with Mr. Priestis. Mr. Fernandez told me that he would do so at once and would accept no contribution from him. To the best of my knowledge, the Finance Committee has never received a contribution from Mr. Priestis, directly or indirectly. A special check by the Finance Committee staff of the committee records discloses no contribution from Mr. Priestis. So far as I know, Mr. Fernandez acted carefully and properly in this matter, but in any event, if Mr. Priestis had any idea of getting favors by offering a contribution, it is obvious that not only did he not receive them, but that he was totally and permanently rebuffed because of his record with FHA. Attached as Exhibit 1 to the statement is the memorandum addressed to Mr. Stans, which is short and which I will read. It says, Mr. Priestis is under investigation by both HUD and Justice regarding his dealings with HUD's FHA Coral Gables office. Allegations of his seeking favoritism with FHA Director Plesky have been made. HUD has suspended Priestis from further dealings with FHA as of Monday, March 13, 1972. Allegations regarding Priestis and Plesky have been highly publicized by Miami press. Any contact with Priestis at this time, in our opinion, would be highly inappropriate. Signed, G. Richard Donalds. And at the bottom is the script handwritten notation to which Mr. Stans refers in his statement, saying, drop contact, MHS encircled. Mr. Chairman, pursuant to the previous unanimous consent request and order, I now offer these documents for identification and inclusion in the record as appropriately numbered exhibits.
Matt, pardon me, Matt, I refer to that.
I wish to see the papers. Let the council see them, and then we'll put them in the record. No, that's it. Let the record show that this letter from the attorneys and the other documents are received in evidence and will be appropriately marked and numbered as exhibits.
Mr. Chairman, it's been pointed out to me by both Mr. Dash and Mr. Thompson that the reference by Mr. Stans in his statement that he has supplied the committee staff the newspaper articles referred to, if we interpret that correctly, is apparently an error. In any event, I understand we do not have those newspaper clippings, and I assume counsel then will ask counsel for Mr. Stans to supply that so that the record will be complete.
You have questions?
No, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, just one or two more questions. Priest, that's the reason I was asking you about the specific nature of the conversation, is trying to determine whether it was a situation on the one hand where Mr. Stans was stating that he would try to do something for someone who was in effect giving a rather substantial contribution, which would be proper or legal, or doing something proper or illegal on the other hand, improper or illegal on the other hand. Do you know anything that would shed any light? First of all, did you know that Mr. Stans had made inquiry of the Deputy Assistant Secretary of HUD? No. This letter is dated March 14, which was the day after your meeting with him, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And this is a response, evidently, to Mr. Stans on official Department of Housing and Urban Development stationery. Do you know why he would make this inquiry through official channels concerning the nature of your situation? Was that in keeping with what he told you there on that occasion?
I don't know why. No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Fernandez was engaged in raising campaign contributions for the committee to re-elect the president. Is what he told you?
To the best of my, yes, sir. He told me that.
And you told him that you were in trouble on account of some controversy with the FHA.
Yes, sir.
And he told you that if you could raise $100,000, it could help you out.
Yes, sir.
And you did get a check from a friend for $1,000 at the instance of Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, sir.
And it was made to the Republican, RNC, the Republican National Committee. And you came to Washington at Mr. Fernandez's request.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Fernandez made an appointment for you to see Secretary Stans.
Yes, sir.
And with Mr. Fernandez, you went to the office of Mr. Stans as chairman of the Finance Committee to re-elect the president, didn't you?
I didn't go with him.
You met him there?
I met him there, yes.
And you were introduced to Mr. Sloan, and after you were introduced to Miss Sloan, as I understand it, there was nothing said about any condition being annexed to the anything about the agreement between you and Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Sloan. He just merely was informed that you were a prospective contributor.
Yeah, I don't think Mr. Sloan was really informed.
Well, then Fernandez and you then went into Mr. Stans' office.
Yes, sir.
And you had brought with you some newspaper clippings which showed that you were in trouble with FHA.
At Mr. Fernandez's suggestion.
At his suggestion. And you gave those clippings a scrapbook to Mr. Stans.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Stans looked through them.
Yes, sir.
And they stated that you were in trouble with FHA.
Yes, sir.
And then you gave the check to Mr. Stans, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Stans discussed with you that it would be preferable to make the contribution in cash or to make it in the form of checks, either cashier's checks or checks bearing the signatures of people who had Spanish names.
Sir, I'm not exactly clear whether it was Mr. Stans or Mr. Fernandez. I think, to the best of my knowledge, it was Mr. Fernandez. It was quite a while ago. I'm not really clear. But the suggestion was made, yes, sir.
In the presence of Mr. Stans, either?
Yes, sir.
And when you indicated to Mr. Stans you wanted some assurance that you had expected him to call Mr. Romney, the Secretary of HUD.
Yes, sir.
And you wanted some assurance that he would call Mr. Romney.
For my contribution, yes, sir. I expected that.
And he told you that he would call Mr. Romney, and if he couldn't do anything for you, that he would return the check to you.
Yes, sir.
And you left the check in his hands.
Yes, sir.
And did you take the clippings with you or leave them?
I left the clippings with Mr. Stans.
And after some days, some man whose name you do not recall or did not know returned the check to you in Florida.
Yes, sir.
How long after you left it with Mr. Stans?
To the best of my knowledge, it was approximately 2 weeks.
Senator Bacon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have just one question, I believe, Mr. Priestis. You heard the statement that Mr. Stans submitted.
Yes, sir.
Do you disagree with it in any material respect?
Well, basically, as I heard the statement read, I thought it was basically true.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Inouye.
I have no question, sir.
Senator Wyckoff.
How would you categorize what you were doing here? Let's assume, let's not have you speaking, in other words, for anybody else that's involved in this rather extraordinary sequence of events. What did you think you were doing?
I'm not exactly clear.
Just categorize. What did you think you were doing?
What did I think I was doing?
Right.
I thought that I was paying $25,000 down with the promise to pay an additional $25,000 for a political favor.
A political favor or a governmental favor?
Well, I don't know exactly how to describe it. I don't know what type of a favor you describe, but the end result was that I was going to be an eligible building contractor again. It would have been a favor.
Did you think of this in your mind as a bribe to government officials?
I didn't give it a lot of thought as a bribe. No, I didn't really give it that thought. I just thought it was the way things are done.
I don't, I confess even during the recounting of your story, I heard some laughter from time to time throughout this room, and I'll tell you, I don't see much funny about this. And I'm sure you don't either, having
no, sir.
been sentenced for it. Let me ask you a question. The gentleman that testified before this committee this morning, I believe his name is Mr. Marumoto. Did you have occasion to see him on television as he was testifying?
No, sir. I did not watch the...
Have you ever met a Mr. Marumoto?
No, sir.
I was wondering who the others were in that room on March the 12th. You say there were others in the room. One was named Manolo Casanova. And he came from Miami. Now,
that was I just retraced that later after I'd forgotten his name and everything, and later on testimony before the FBI I had actually I heard it from the newspapers. I'd forgotten what his name was, and the newspapers reporters in Miami, Florida asked me if I'd known a Manolo Casanova, and I didn't give him an answer, but at that time I remembered that was Manolo Casanova.
How many other persons were in that room?
To the best of my knowledge, there were two other persons in the room besides Manolo Casanova.
Besides Manolo Casanova?
And Mr. Fernandez.
And Mr. Fernandez and yourself,
yes,
two additional persons?
Yes, sir.
But you have no idea as to who they were?
No, sir. They were all, they all heard the discussion about the ITT contribution.
When you say the discussion, you mean...
Well, that was the reason. That was the reason I told them that I was. They were hitting me too heavy. I said, because of this. I said, this doesn't seem fair to me.
Well, in other words, were the persons in that room then also aware of your problem and how you were going to resolve this problem?
They seemed to be aware of the problem because we discussed. I talked from coming out from $100,000 down to $50,000, and the main issue was this thing with this ITT thing. I didn't think it was fair.
So that the persons in the room on March the 12th at the Hay Adams were there when you actually walked into the room?
Yes, sir.
And were a party to the conversations that you were having with Mr. Fernandez?
Well, it was a very informal type group. They were sitting there, and it wasn't anything like, come off to the side, I want to talk to you privately. It was nothing like that. I just told them, I said, listen, I think I just read the papers, and I said, I see where ITT got in some trouble for $200,000 contribution or something like that. And I said, this is rather heavy, wouldn't you say, for $100,000? And one of the fellows said, well, the contribution was really $400,000 or something like that. And I said, I don't care. I said, you're talking about one of the biggest corporations in the United States, and I think I should get a better break.
Well, I'm still trying to pin down these other individuals. Do they appear to be associated with Mr. Fernandez, or?
They definitely appeared to know Mr. Fernandez because it was informal. As I recall, they might have had a Cokes or drinks or something, and I was sitting they were sitting like on the edge of the bed in a desk, and they appeared to know what was going on.
How did they have any comments to make as to your own particular situation?
No, but they seemed familiar with my situation. Familiar, basically, I was contributing $100,000.
Now, the contacts that you had with Mr. Fernandez, your initial contact with Mr. Fernandez, am I correct in assuming from testimony that you've given that he seemed to know of your situation through Well, let me ask the question. Do you seem to know of your situation through the press or through friends of yours?
No, he seemed that he'd known it through Latins in the Miami area and also through the press, possibly. It was well known, primarily through the Latins that told him about the papers. I didn't really question him thoroughly as to how he found out about me.
In any event, it didn't seem as he, or again, let me ask, did it seem as if he were apprised of these matters through the FHA?
No, sir. I don't think so, because I later told you I.
What did you called William Pelsky, the FHA director in Coral Gables? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
After your initial contact with
Yes,
Fernandez. I did. And what was the name? I noticed in your witness summary here it says Pelsky said that Fernandez was legitimate. Well, what was the nature of your question to Pelsky, and what was the nature of his response to you?
Well, I had told Mr. Pelsky I wanted to meet with him, and I met with him at a restaurant and went in complete detail. I told him exactly what had happened, and he didn't seem like he knew exactly. I showed him the card, and he wrote Mr. Fernandez's name down, and also wrote the writing on there, which was the Hispanic Finance Committee to re-elect the president. He said he'd make some calls and call me back later, which he did the next day.
And then in the call back, the word legitimate, I mean, obviously, was that the substance of the telephone call, or, I mean, what?
Sir, when I say legitimate, I mean, I don't exactly mean it. I mean that the job is going to be done, that this was a way the job could be done.
In other words, then, I gather what you're telling me is in your conversation with Mr. Pelsky, you indicated to him that you looked upon this as a way of getting out of your difficulties with the FHA, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you were asking him for his analysis as to whether, in fact, this was a way of getting out of your difficulties with the FHA.
Yes, sir.
And he called you back and said yes.
He told me he'd make a call and find out and get back with me the next day, which he did.
Did he give you any idea as to who he contacted to get this type of information?
No, sir.
He just called you back and said that indeed this was a proper channel for you to get out of your predicament, but in no wise gave you an indication as to who he talked to. Did he tell you he'd been in touch with FHA or HUD or anyone?
Sir, he made a telephone call. He said he checked it out and that was that they could handle the job.
Who could handle the job?
The job could be handled through the Hispanic Finance Committee. He told me that the committee would be the contribution. If I made a contribution, that the suspension could be lifted. That they could indeed handle that.
So he indicated he'd been in touch with the Hispanic?
No, sir. No, he didn't indicate that. He indicated that he'd been in touch with someone else.
Were you ever in touch with anybody with the exception of Pelsky, were you ever in touch with anyone from either HUD or FHA?
Will you repeat that, please, sir?
Aside from your contacts with Mr. Pelsky, did you have any contact relative to this matter that you've testified to before the committee with anyone from HUD or FHA?
You mean was it ever mentioned to anyone?
No, I mean, did you have contact with officials of? Did you have any contact with officials from HUD?
No, sir.
Aside from Pelski, did you have contact with anyone from FHA?
No, sir.
So your entire contacts in this matter were with Mr. Fernandez of the Hispanic Finance Committee, or whatever the name it has. Mr. Sloan and Mr. Stans, the committee to re-elect the president.
Yes, sir.
And that's the sum total of your acquaintances as to your attempt, as you've described to us, to resolve your difficulties.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman, so any other Senator Montoya.
Mr. Priestes, did you ever receive the newspaper clippings?
No, sir.
They were kept by Mr. Stans.
I don't know. I assume they were.
Well, I was wondering why the statement was so accurate. The statement was read a while ago. Now, after you received the check, you made a call to Mr. Fernandez in California.
Yes, I did. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Fernandez again solicited you for a cash contribution of $5,000.
No, I made the call, and Mr. Fernandez told me he would call me back. He'd check and call me back. He called me back 3 hours later, approximately 2 or 3 hours later.
And what did he say in that conversation?
At that time, it seemed like I thought I was talking to a different man. He said, well, we can't help you, and it can't do you any good, and you can make a contribution of $5,000 if you'd like. And I said, well, wait a minute. I said, can the $5,000? He said, well, we can't promise you anything at all with the $5,000. And he said, we'd like to make the contribution, but the only thing we could do is just say, we'll make it known. And I said, but what about the other deal? He says, no, we never promised you anything like that at all.
Well, what do you have to say about the fact that the memorandum came from HUD to Mr. Stans on March 14th, indicating that you were under charges before HUD and that you were under investigation by the Department of Justice and by HUD, and that therefore they should forget about this contribution. And then they waited 2 weeks until they gave you back the check.
Just a minute. You said, what do I have to say about the fact that I didn't. The question was sort of lengthy. I lost.
Well, the HUD informed Mr. Stans.
Yes, sir.
On or about March 14th, if I recall, that you were under investigation by HUD and by the Department of Justice, and you didn't receive the check until 2 weeks later. Wasn't that kind of strange?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't that kind of strange?
Well, I thought it was strange. Yes.
And I think the statement by Mr. Stans indicated that he had passed on this information to Fernandez to forget about you. And therefore, isn't it kind of strange that Mr. Fernandez still continued to solicit you the day after you got the check?
Yes, I thought that was strange, and I'll tell you, in my home I have a recorder that records telephone calls when I'm not there, and Mr. Fernandez had called a few times, and the message
Were you ever in touch with anybody from, with the exception of Pelsky, were you ever in touch with anyone from either HUD or FHA?
Will you repeat that, please, sir?
Aside from your contacts with Mr. Pelsky, did you have any contact relative to this matter that you've testified to before the committee with anyone from HUD or FHA?
You mean was it ever mentioned to anyone?
No, I mean, did you have contact with officials of it? Did you have any contact with officials from HUD?
No, sir.
Aside from Pelsky, did you have contact with anyone from FHA?
No, sir.
So your entire contacts to this matter were with Mr. Fernandez of the Hispanic Finance Committee, or whatever the name it has. Mr. Sloan and Mr. Stans, the committee to re-elect the president.
Yes, sir.
And that's the sum total of your acquaintances as to your attempt, as you've described to us, to resolve your difficulties.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Council, any other Senator Montoya.
Mr. Priestes, did you ever receive the newspaper clippings?
No, sir.
They were kept by Mr. Stans.
I don't know. I assume they were.
Well, I was wondering why the statement was so accurate. The statement was read a while ago. Now, after you received the check, you made a call to Mr. Fernandez in California.
Yes, I did. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Fernandez again solicited you for a cash contribution of $5,000.
No, I made the call, and Mr. Fernandez told me he would call me back. He'd check and call me back. He called me back 3 hours later, approximately 2 or 3 hours later.
And what did he say in that conversation?
At that time, it seemed like I thought I was talking to a different man. He said, well, we can't help you, and it can't do you any good, and you can make a contribution of $5,000 if you'd like. And I said, well, wait a minute. I said, what can the $5,000? He said, well, we can't promise you anything at all with the $5,000. And he said, we'd like you to make the contribution, but the only thing we could do is just say, we'll make it known. And I said, but what about the other deal? He says, no, we never promised you anything like that at all.
Well, what do you have to say about the fact that the memorandum came from HUD to Mr. Stans on March 14th, indicating that you were under charges before HUD and that you were under investigation by the Department of Justice and by HUD, and that therefore they should forget about this contribution. And then they waited 2 weeks until they gave you back the check.
Just a minute. You said, what do I have to say about the fact that I didn't. The question was sort of lengthy. I got lost.
Well, the HUD informed Mr. Stans.
Yes, sir.
On or about March 14th, if I recall, that you were under investigation by HUD and by the Department of Justice, and you didn't receive the check until 2 weeks later. Wasn't that kind of strange?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't that kind of strange?
Well, I thought it was strange. Yes.
And I think the statement by Mr. Stans indicated that he had passed on this information to Fernandez to forget about you. And therefore, isn't it kind of strange that Mr. Fernandez still continued to solicit you the day after you got the check?
Yes, I thought that was strange, and I'll tell you, in my home I have a recorder that records telephone calls when I'm not there, and Mr. Fernandez had called a few times, and the message was on a tape. And I had assumed that he thought possibly that he didn't want to discuss this too much on the phone. Maybe a thing it would be taped or something. I don't know. Then he called later, and he was talking in circles. I didn't understand him.
What did he say to you on the day that he was soliciting the $5,000 contribution from you?
Well, that was the phone call that night. He said that he couldn't do anything. He said he never promised me anything. And I said, well, I wanted what had made the $25,000 check out to him, why I did that. And he said, well, we never promised you anything at all. He said that we would like you to make a $5,000 contribution, legitimate and whatever, and we couldn't do anything for you, but just let it be known that you made the contribution. I just still don't know why he went from $25,000 to $5,000. And he denied that he even asked for the 20 that he could do anything. It was a riddle. Why all of a sudden it was $25,000 now down to $5,000 with no promise of anything.
Now, didn't it appear strange to you that all out of a clear blue sky, Fernandez from California would knock at your door and ask you for a $100,000 contribution?
Oh, he didn't knock at my door, sir, but he did call me on the phone. Well, it didn't appear strange. He had told me he was collecting funds for the Latin group, the Hispanic Finance Committee, and I didn't think it strange because he told me he'd been to a party and met other building contractors, and the name was mentioned as a potential contributor.
Why would he assign an amount to you for a contribution? Why would he tell you to contribute $100,000?
You mean why the high amount? Well, he mentioned that there's at this party he was at that they had told him that I could afford that amount. This is the way I got it. That was a good round number.
Now, what did you tell Mr. Pelsky when you made inquiry about Fernandez?
I told him I told him exactly what happened, and I told Mr. Pelsky, I showed him his card, and I told him what they had promised that could be done for me. And he then told me that he would make a call and check on it and get back with me.
Why did you go to Mr. Pelsky to check on Fernandez when you knew that Fernandez was from California?
Mr. Pelsky, I had an association with him.
No, but what indication did you have that Mr. Pelsky would be the man to check on Fernandez?
I understand the question, but I don't. I knew Mr. Pelsky very well.
That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have just a couple questions. Mr. Priestes, when Mr. Fernandez first discussed what help he might be able to obtain for you, according to your testimony, for your contribution, did he put it on the basis that he could help you obtain a fair trial or a fair hearing?
No, sir. I had expected to receive a fair trial without paying any money. I mean, there's not. It was nothing to do with a fair trial, a fair hearing.
That wasn't mentioned at all by him.
No, because I made it clear that that wasn't what I wanted. I said I didn't want to make a contribution. I was not interested.
You were probably like one of my clients one time. I said, asked what I could do for him. I said, I'll try to get you justice. And he said, that's the last thing in this world I want.
Now, did Mr. Fernandez, during his discussion with you at any time, tell you that he expected to obtain any high government appointment?
Yes, sir, he did. He told me he expected to be appointed as Secretary of Commerce.
When did he tell you that?
At the very first meeting. He told me that he was trying to raise funds, and he was doing as good a job as possible, and that he had hoped that he would obtain that position. Looking forward to it.
Now, you responded to a question put to you when you heard Mr. Stan's statement that essentially that was a truthful statement. The one, I think, specific thing I want you to know you want to keep for the record is I recall your prior testimony that It's your testimony that when you were with Mr. Stans, you told Mr. Stans that you expected him to call Mr. Romney at that time, and that he told you that he would call later.
Yes, sir. Words to that effect. I can't
Well, did you
verbatim.
mention Mr. Romney's name?
Yes, sir.
And did he say he would call later?
Yes, sir.
That's not in the statement.
He said he would make a call. I don't remember it was later when he said he would make a call.
All right.
That was the main reason for the contribution to begin with. Was not that I wanted to make a contribution at all. The main reason was what could be done.
All right, now just prior to this event, you never met Mr. Fernandez before?
No, sir.
You never had any dealings with Mr. Stans?
No, sir.
Or anybody else from the committee to elect the president?
No, sir.
You've already been sentenced, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Is there any benefit that you may receive as a result of giving this testimony before this committee?
I have no benefit at all right now, sir.
Do you harbor any grudge against Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Stans, or anybody you've testified to?
No, sir. I have no grudge against either individual.
As a matter of fact, we approached you for this testimony, did we not?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
In view of the statement in the first letter from Mr. Barker, we received a second letter authorizing us to make public the statement that Mr. Stans forwarded to the committee, and so this, to keep the record straight and to move any misapprehension in the future, while the committee will often evidence this letter and be received as an exhibit and appropriately numbered as such.
Mr. Chairman, I might also say that I've been advised by Mr. Thompson since my previous statement that we have now received, or the staff has now received, the newspaper clippings which are referred to, and if there's no objection, then, Mr. Chairman, we'll ask that they go to the files of the committee for appropriate use.
Well, I would say the council can look at them and see whether they think they ought to be offered evidence to just put in the files.
Yes, sir. I might correct. They were in our files. They had not come to Mr. Dashley's attention at this time.
So we won't use them. I want Mr. Priestess, I want to thank you on behalf of the committee for your appearance here. You didn't ask immunity, and we want to thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you, sir.
The committee will stand adjourned at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Very good, sir. Yeah. So on the intriguing testimony of John J. Priestess, the committee concluded the first day of its inquiry into campaign financing activities. The activities of Priestess, the FHA in Florida, Senator Edward Gurney, a Watergate Committee member, and others have been the subject of intensive investigative stories by the Miami Herald. With me tonight is a member of the Herald's Washington Bureau, Phil Gailey. Phil, we heard John J. Priestess today, and he gave interesting testimony, but I think with a little bit of a credibility gap. What kind of man is John J. Priestess, and what are they doing to him?
Well, he's a very important witness right now, and not only the Watergate investigations, but investigations involving the FHA in Florida and a Justice Department investigation which is touching Senator Gurney and involves charges similar to those made here today against the president's fundraisers.
He's pleaded guilty already to a couple of
He has pleaded guilty, and he was involved in plea bargaining with the prosecutors down in Miami, and he will begin on November 16 serving a 1-year prison sentence at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, where I understand he hopes to get the third base spot on the prison baseball team. He was a bonus baby for the Philadelphia Phillies and the Detroit Tigers at one time. Then I think he came to Miami and he was running a small hearing aid business in Coral Gables before he got into building.
And before he got into his present troubles.
Right. And he went within the span of 1 year from 19 to second place among Florida builders. That's how rapid his climb was after he started dealing with politicians and FHA officials.
Now, the testimony that we heard today indicated that he may not have been helped too much by the committee to re-elect the president, which indeed apparently gave him back his money, but somebody helped him. He paid somebody. Now, who was that somebody, and what did he do?
Well, he has said that he paid a total of more than $170,000 to some FHA officials in Florida, including Mr. Pelsky, whom he mentioned here today in his testimony, and to a political fundraiser for Senator Gurney, who was conspicuously absent from the hearing today.
I understand he was in another committee meeting.
That's what I understand. But anyway, Mr. Priestis has testified that he paid Larry Williams, a Gurney political aide, $30,000, which he handed to him in a brown paper bag on a houseboat in Miami at one time. Shortly after he made these payments, his FHA suspension was lifted, and he again was in the building business. And then, of course, his small empire began to crumble and now has collapsed. But and when you talk about credibility here, I think it's important to point out that in the case of the allegations involving the Gurney political fundraiser, Priestis is not the only Florida contractor who has made these allegations. I think there are at least 2 or 3 others who have come forward up until this point and have made similar allegations. They tell the same story of how Larry Williams approached them and promised political influence.
One thing we probably ought to make clear is, as a Republican senator from Florida in a Republican administration, Mr. Gurney would have considerable say as to who these FHA officials would be.
In fact, that's a good point. Mr. Gurney recommended Mr. Pelsky for his job. In fact, he is a Gurney appointee or recommendation.
How much money does the Miami Herald say was paid into this fund for Senator Gurney, this so-called Boosters Fund?
Well, our sources have placed the figure at about $300,000, and I understand that's a conservative figure. Some of the money allegedly was channeled through a bank in Winter Park, and some of it was brought directly to the senator's Washington office, according to some of the Herald sources. The senator, of course, it should be said, has denied any knowledge of Williams' fundraising activities and denies any wrongdoing on his part.
Let's see, Phil, if we can clear up a couple of things. Now, these funds could not be construed as campaign contributions since they came midway through a 6-year term.
That's right. Most of these funds were raised during 1971 and 72. Senator Gurney does not have another campaign until next year.
Is the Justice Department as well as the IRS looking at this? Were these funds ever reported that you know?
That's right. They are looking into this now to determine exactly how the money was raised and how it was used and who and what individuals handle this money.
Phil, thanks so very much. We'll be back tomorrow when Ben Fernandez, the head of the Hispanic Committee to raise funds for President Nixon's campaign, will be the witness. And as I indicated earlier, Jim Lehrer will join me at that time. I'm Peter Kay. For NPACT and for our guests, good night.
NPACT has brought you Washington, November 7th. Tonight, videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This program was made possible by a grant from the Ford Foundation. Washington, November 7th has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.